I'm going to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, February 11th, 2026. The time is 10:12 in the morning. Apologies to everyone for starting late, and I do not have a good excuse, so I'm not going to pretend to have a good excuse, and I hope folks will forgive me for bad behavior. This is the second of 8 performance oversight hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having this year, this spring, this month. Yesterday we had our first oversight hearing, which was on the FY 2025 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. Today we will be hearing testimony with regard to the following agencies or offices: the District of Columbia Auditor, the DC Retirement Board, and the Commission on Arts and Humanities. Tomorrow we'll have a hearing where we hear testimony about the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, the Office of Zoning, the Office of Planning, the Department of Buildings. Next week on Wednesday will be testimony regarding the DC Public School System, DCPS, and the DC Public Charter School Board. That will be for public witnesses. The government witnesses for the DCPS will be Thursday, the 19th. UDC and some others on Wednesday, the 25th. Office of the Chief Financial Officer on Tuesday, the 24th. And the Office of the State Superintendent of Education on March 4th. That will be the 8th hearing. Today we will be hearing testimony with regard to, and in this order, the Office of the District of Columbia Auditor, the District of Columbia Retirement Board, and the Commission on the Arts and Humanities. Let's begin with the DC Auditor. We have one non-government witness, David Maloff. Who is participating virtually. Mr. Maloff, the stage is yours. You are muted.
Good morning, Mr. Mendelson.
Good morning.
Good morning. An urgent review and reforms are needed at the Department of Buildings, DOB, staffed in part by ODCA, not conflicted DOB, and the Deputy Mayor's Office for Economic Development alone. This testimony is offered today in honor of Edgar Cifuentes Lopez, who perished on December 23rd, 2024 at 1113 V Street. Honorable Council Chairman Mendelson and council members, I am David Maloff, past president of the DC Federation of Citizens Associations. There's a lot of update today, even though almost nothing has improved in the past year at DOB. I have 4 respectful requests. First, again, for the full council, I ask you to support my call for an arm's length, turnkey internal review of all aspects of the Department of Buildings residential permitting and inspections for DC Construction Code Section 3307 projects that are dangerous for abutting neighbors, workers, and maybe the property owners themselves. Reinstate the neighbor notification program as it was under DCRA in full for the time being until code can be formally modified to protect unwitting at-risk abutting neighbors confronting dangerous construction. I'm hoping the auditor today will comment on her progress this year in making a decision how to evaluate this or if she's reached any conclusions. By the way, I received my 4th defective neighbor notification form in 4 years, 2 days ago, under this new program. And so that's going to be very interesting here. No one signed it. I can't tell who sent it. No one at DOB approved it. It was regarding a wrong address on Irving Street, not where I live on Q Street. I could go on. It's pathetic and neighbors are endangered. Third, reinstate the Construction Codes Coordinating Board that was summarily disbanded 2 days ago. Just about on the same day I got this defective neighbor notification, they're moving internal into DOB to absorb what was a somewhat independent, professionally staffed board. I don't know where they're going to get the skills from. DOB has none practically. And so they've blown up the CCCB, which was our only hope. That should be at a bit more arm's length from captive control of the mayor's office and a defective DOB management team. And it should be reporting annually, sir, to you, as I've recommended a couple of times. CCCB doesn't even appear for these oversight hearings. So citizens are endangered in this town, especially if you live in a residential neighborhood. And fourth, move DOB immediately from under DEMPED, the deputy mayor, to the city administrator's office. There's too much emphasis on revenue generation with permits, too much emphasis on finding quarters in the sofa, too much emphasis on economic development at almost any mindless cost that's really hidden in some cases. On January 30th, almost 2 weeks ago, and again at last year's oversight hearing, this committee has heard time and again, chapter and verse, for over 3 years, the need for reforms at DOB. As one recent horrible example where Mr. Edgar died just before Christmas 13 months ago, that continues to reflect an official DOB permitting and inspections record and translucent, or more often opaque, management team regarding addressing their deficiencies and omissions. After an astounding, now unacceptable 13 months and counting, DOB has yet to issue a final corrected written public after action report as demanded by the local ANC 1B. Nor has anyone at DEMPED or DOB even picked up the phone, or even at ORM, and contacted the family of the fallen worker with condolences, let alone an apology. We can talk about timing on claims also. That was very cleverly handled since there have been none. Given the increased attention of DEMPED to economic development, which I don't question, we need the city to grow, but not in a mindless manner. It's important that quality permitting and special inspections do not, in the end, leave residents physically endangered or stuck in lawsuits at Superior Court. We can play with a few numbers today, sir. I've got the proposition sized at just how many residents and residences are at risk in this city by ward. It's astounding. And every council member should be concerned about what's going on. DEMPED's first legislative charter is to protect DOB's first legislative charter is to protect public safety, and then also to advance economic development. The council holds the power of legitimate oversight review to help extinguish the continuing dangerous transfer of injury and other risks and financial damages, and the shifting of resulting costs to abutting neighbors, workers, and neighborhoods alike. I will address the possible cost savings and incremental budget needed, very modest, for ODCA to coordinate such a review of DOB at the upcoming OCDA budget hearing. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maloff. I'm a little confused. You ended by saying, now I don't have a copy of your statement, so I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage. But you ended your statement by saying at the upcoming hearing on the auditor, actually that hearing is now, and your testimony was largely focused on the Department of Buildings, and that hearing is tomorrow. Are you planning on testifying tomorrow as well?
I will tomorrow. Yes, sir.
So help me understand what you're asking from the auditor, or what you how this.
I'm so sorry.
Relate to the auditor.
Thank you for your patience. The auditor reports to the council, to you,
Sure.
As it's independent. The citizens, many of them don't know that. DOB and the deputy mayor are unable at this point to reform themselves. They just got back from the Super Bowl, I think. Okay, so they've been busy, and public safety is involved here. We need another agency, another group to take an independent, fresh, positive look with the management team. They're incapable of reforming themselves. You will see some razzle dazzle tomorrow. They've come up with a couple of new forms that I reviewed yesterday. They're conflicted, they're inconsistent, and nobody has to sign off for anything at this agency. They're turning inward. You can't tell who's approved things, and now the Construction Codes Board is blown up, and it's going to be handled by some kind of grant from another agency. Is that a federal grant that's funding DOB, or is that the Attorney General, the Architect of the Capitol? I don't think so. The Army Corps of Engineers? I don't think so. It must be the Attorney General who's offering more lawyers where we're missing engineers. We don't need more lawyering here. The last thing we need is a lawyer writing construction code about structural engineering. So I don't know what's going on, but it's moving in the wrong direction.
So if I, when the auditor comes forward, which she will in a couple minutes, if I say to her, well, could you please investigate Department of Buildings, she's going to ask for something more specific.
Oh, I've provided over the years. So I've got it, sir. And I've talked to her once about a year ago. She's terrific. She knows the drill, and no one wants to overreach here. This can be done very inexpensively, but it is a review of the permitting and inspections for dangerous construction. We have thousands of residents per ward affected potentially by dangerous construction. You're sitting, drinking your coffee, and you get a certified letter that digging's going to start next door. And you can't even appeal it now until after the permit's cut. You can't even get the plans. Last night I went online. I'm supposed to be able to at least see the plans, even though I can't appeal them. There's nothing there. Even though the department says the unwitting neighbor could at least take a look at the plans. It's poppycock, and it's not getting better. So I'd be glad to meet with your staff, and I apologize for taking so much time today.
One other question. Mr. Maloff, you said you received a notice yesterday, which was for an address on Irving Street. Can you say more about that? I missed it.
Well, the new neighbor notification form is more anonymous. Someone posts it. They don't have to sign it. It's not even clear on the form who the property owner is. The permit applicant, the general contractor, appears to be the one that filled in the blank. They filled in the blank incorrectly. It says, I think, 17 something Irving Street Northwest. I don't live anywhere near Irving Street. I'm a few blocks south. And
this is actually notice. This is notice of work that's actually about to take place or is taking place next door to you.
It's about to take place. Under neighbor notification, as it used to exist, you'd get a notice. You could comment. You could express concerns. You could ask questions. And then you were promised a detailed resolution report in one package by the applicant before a permit was cut. And then after a permit was cut, you could appeal further on technical aspects like no one knows what the load will be and so forth and so on my home. Now you get the form, no one signs it. No one signs it from DOB. The address is wrong. No one checked the box on my form to indicate what form of dangerous construction impact there might be, although I could tell you what it is. The drawings are shocking. The little stick figure drawing I got, 4 pages. But yes, you sit with a form, and I guess you're supposed to buy ear protectors and cower for another 18 to 24 months. That's the way they've got it set up now, sir. And we need to go back to the old neighbor notification program where budding neighbors had property rights. It's a constitutional Fifth Amendment right to own property in this country. It's in the Fifth Amendment, and DOB does not possess a governmental authority to transfer my economic property, changes to my property without my permission, to another private party for a private purpose. That's a federal violation.
Yeah, I want to bring it back to the notice. So
yes,
there's work taking place next door to you. So you got a notice, and the notice that you got didn't say what the work was, had the wrong address, and when you went online, the plans that you were able to look at were inadequate.
The plans were not online. There's nothing online. I'm supposed to be able to see the plans. So I got 4 pages in the mail, sir. They want to project a new staircase out 5 feet, blocking my windows. From what I can tell, it's due historic preservation review. I just found out from Ann Brockett today that summarily approved it, and it didn't go through HPRB. That's another whole issue. But this is This is a structural issue. They want to put, I think, a piling directly abutting my property, practically attached to it, where they just poured concrete 18 months ago. It's probably not even dry yet. They're going to have to jackhammer or do piling in, and I get to know what happens directly abutting my property. So they have to check a box on the possible impacts. The form doesn't, it's for the wrong address. It's addressed to me, and it doesn't say what the possible impact will be. I'll tell you what the impact will be. They castrated my foundation 18 months ago. They probably reinforced it with concrete to go down and create 10-foot ceilings so that they could have $1,000 a month basement apartment per square foot where there was only 8-foot ceiling. They created a whole new foundation, and now these dudes want to roll in and drive a pile directly in the tightest corner of the back where the whole facade is already undermined, and they act like it's going to be like putting a soda straw through gum. I don't think so. We need to talk about that. I know this property like the back of my hands, and I want to hire engineers to ask them what materials will be used. How will you drive a pile? They say it's only going to be 30 inches. Well, you have to meet the resistance point in order to hold up an entire metal staircase 2 stories. So it'll look like Cinderella has arrived to her 2nd floor. I don't think so. We need to talk about these things. And DOB doesn't need to invest a lot of time and money in this. They need to let neighbors talk to neighbors and get answers to questions that are potentially highly endangering to their properties. You know the walking wounded that are around this town wandering with cracked walls, tens of thousands of dollars of damage. You just heard that testimony 13 days ago. And if maybe I'm wrong, but did the DOB testimony look a little blank to you? Did it seem a little Stepford? This has been going on for too long. We need the neighbor notification program back. We need an independent review of permitting, and we need to not have the continuation of translucency and insensitivity. I want the director of buildings to call that family and apologize for lousy inspections management. You can't even find the underpinning report now that's supposedly referenced in these new forms online. If you're doing an underpinning job, how are you supposed to know what to do? It says the permit holder shall not be the person who is also the general contractor and pays the inspector. Duh. You can't have an inspector paid by the owner that's also the general contractor and not have that person compromised. That needs to be a DOB inspector if the permit holder, the owner of the property, is the same as the developer. These are very basic, like not rocket science ways to manage conflicts and mitigate them before the construction even begins. That 1113 V Street doesn't even have a pre-construction report on file. And yet the officious statement of inspections that I can provide to you, you will laugh when you see how many signatures are missing from DOB, from the engineers. Top corner says, number 1, you will file bulletin number 2015-01. And you can't find it online. And then it says there will be a pre-construction meeting before construction begins. There's no report on file. You can have a clerk issue a statement, stop work order, if the pre-construction meeting isn't on file about a week or 2 after the permit is issued. These are orderly things that are low cost, that show a department that cares about safety, not about cutting permits. So we'll see. Mr. Hanlon's had his time here. It's up.
All right, I'm going to leave it there. It would help if you provided us a copy of your statement.
I will provide my prior years as well, and I'm at your disposal, sir. Thank you so much for your patience.
Sure. No, thank you, Mr. Maloff. You were the only non-government witness, so let me turn now to Kathy Patterson, who is the District of Columbia Auditor. And good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you to talk about the performance of the Office of the DC Auditor during FY25 and the initial months of FY26. Areas that I will cover include our performance report for 2025, the results of our triennial peer review, training on the district integrated financial system, highlights of work published by the agency. The Committee of the Whole did not have policy recommendations for us a year ago, but the 2025 performance hearing, as Mr. Maloff indicated, did lead to a project on dangerous construction, including looking at government compliance with the current protections for adjoining neighbors. We do have that project underway. Our performance report for 2025 is attached to my testimony, and it includes not having met our goal on the timeliness of reports, with 52% of projects completed within 10 months, short of our 60% goal. We did meet a goal of recommendations developed in our audit reports being agreed to in whole or in part, with 76% of those recommendations agreed to by the audited agency, which was an increase from 68% last year. And we didn't come close to our goal of 60% of recommendations implemented by auditees, with only 15% implemented in the review we're about to publish on recommendation compliance. Our final KPI, our review of actions taken based on ODCA work for 2025, indicated 19 such actions against a goal of 20. And some of our non-published KPIs, we achieved a staff retention rate of 85% in FY25. And looking at our website metrics, in mid-February, we had a little over 30,000 new users in the preceding year, up 76% from the previous year, and more than 65,000 page views, a 66% increase. The two fiscal 2025 reports that garnered the most website attention were our report on the Metropolitan Police Department and the Karan Hilton Brown case, and our DC jail report.
You said FY25, but your statement says FY24.
That's one of a couple of errors in the statement, but I'll be submitting a revised version.
Okay.
Our triennial peer review was again conducted by the National Legislative Program Evaluation Society. We received again the highest rating of pass, which is the highest peer review rating. The peer review team also made observations on the strengths of the agency, including such things as a positive office culture, mature procedures within our office, a clear commitment to a philosophy of transparency and quality work, and my favorite quote, ODCA's work is impactful, relevant, meaningful, highly visible, and serves the public good. Management isn't afraid to take on tough challenges in service of the district. I would say that ODCA procedures and tools noted by the peer review team as exemplary included our audit software application, our training guidelines, and our work paper templates to document that we follow the generally accepted government auditing standards. And all of these review documents from the National Legislative Program Evaluation Society are available on our website. We also engage, in addition to the triennial peer review, that is only one facet of our goal of continuous improvement. This year, our Deputy Auditor, Julie Leibovitz, led a major internal effort to update our policies and procedures to reflect any of the changes in the 2024 update to the Government Accountability Office's Yellow Book. We also strengthened our work plan development process this past year based on recommendations developed by a staff committee created during a staff retreat in December of 2024. Turning to our work with the DC Council, with your support, Mr. Chairman, I think we have improved our working relationships with members of the DC Council and have done so in several areas. I've met with the Council at legislative breakfast meetings on a quarterly basis and look forward to those discussions continuing. Based on a recommendation made by Councilmember Pinto at a breakfast meeting a year ago, we've met with council and relevant committee offices when we are completing an audit, and plan to make one or more recommendations to the council itself to address findings in our reports. And we did meet recently with Councilmember Bonds to share results in advance of publishing a recent report on human resource operations in the DC government. Another initiative this past year has been training for our entire staff on the District Integrated Financial System, the new enterprise system implemented in October 2022 to replace the System of Accounts and Report, or SOAR. We contracted with Agillion LLC, and their work included deep engagement to understand our work and how we can best use access and familiarity with what is still a new financial system. Because the training offered by the Office of the Chief Financial Office has no ready utility for policy and budget analysis, Agillion developed training materials for ODCA that, as I've shared with the council previously, could be adapted and used by the council as well as by policy and budget staff throughout the executive branch. In FY 2025, we completed 2 reports relevant to the council mandate that we continue our focus on public safety issues. In March, we published a report titled MPD Policies Curb Influence of Hate Groups. This comprehensive review mandated by the council did not identify any significant ties or affiliations with hate groups that would impact officers performing their duties. We also published the final report in our series on MPD evaluations of officer use of lethal force, entitled MPD and the Use of Deadly Force, the Karan Hilton Brown case. This review by the Bromwich Group found that MPD's Disciplinary Review Division recommended that Officer Terrence Sutton and Lieutenant Andrew Zabowski be fired for misconduct in the 2020 traffic death of Mr. Hilton Brown. But the internal recommendations were rejected by then Chief Pamela Smith. Both individuals had been convicted on criminal charges in this traffic death before being pardoned by President Trump, and each reached a settlement agreement with the police department. The Bromwich report found that the discipline received by the 2 officers was grossly inadequate, given the misconduct detailed in a 172-page internal investigation by the department. Chief Smith also rejected 11 recommendations designed to strengthen the department's use of force and misconduct investigation. I'm pleased to say that this is being reviewed by the current acting chief, and we are hoping that there will be a change in the response to these recommendations. Mr. Chairman, we share your concern with the slowing of the district's revenue growth and the need for budget discipline, and we've also attempted to provide reports that assist the council in its stewardship of more limited resources. A contract review of spending growth by Alvarez and Marcel found that the number of locally funded staff in DC public schools grew 19.5% over a recent 5-year period, while the number of students grew just 2%. The consultants found that the ratio of students to general education teachers in that 5-year period dropped from about 19 students to 17 students per teacher. And despite council legislation, we found that in fiscal 2020, roughly 75% of the local budget was spent on school-based personnel, and in FY25, that number had dropped to 73%. Our review of the finances of the Washington Convention and Sports Authority, known as Events DC, found that they owed the district general fund $68.7 million, in addition to $17.7 million already paid, based on errors in calculating the amount of excess cash the authority must repay for FY24. I don't believe any action has been taken in response to that finding, although we have met with the Office of the Attorney General to share information. We also published a data brief that you're aware of, Mr. Chairman, highlighting what we're calling overspending by DC agencies as reported in the district's annual comprehensive financial reports for the last 20 fiscal years. And we created a downloadable spreadsheet on our website that contains those 20 years of budget and spending information. We'll be adding the information from the recently published ACFA for 2025 shortly. We also published in 2025 2 audits in direct response to community controversy and concerns: a contract compliance audit on the animal shelter contract with DC Health, and an audit on the lottery for summer camp programs run by the Department of Parks and Recreation. We also recently issued a long-awaited audit titled ANC 8C Funds Used for Political Activity that confirmed allegations that the chairman of ANC 8C improperly used ANC funds for partisan political purpose. We recommended repayment of the funds and improvements in the commission's oversight. We also referred this misallocation of funds to the Office of the Attorney General for review. Also, after news stories in 2024 highlighted improper outside employment by district employees, we began exploring an audit on the topic, but we discovered that existing law, regulation, and policy were inadequate to ensure compliance. So instead, we issued a management alert that saying that the district should consider requiring review and approval of all district employees' outside employment. We described requirements in nearby counties where employees must seek approval for or report outside employment to management. We did not get any response from the executive on that report, and they have said just recently that they don't believe any additional policy is needed. We also have continued to focus on housing policies and issued a report on the district's inclusionary zoning program, finding that stronger oversight is needed to reach affordable housing goals. We found the program hasn't certainly created additional affordable units, but with slow fill rates and other issues of compliance. Today, we're managing 17 individual projects in our work plan, 3 on contract and 14 by ODCA staff. Audits that are coming in the next few months include an audit of the district's reserve funds to assess whether the reserve funds and rainy day funds have been used in accordance with law and best practice. And we did share some of those findings during the Committee on the Whole roundtables on overspending in the fall. Another contract review by Alvarez Marcel on spending growth in the Office of the State Superintendent of Education and the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Education looks at respective roles and operations of these 2 oversight bodies. And we're hopeful that that report will be out in the next month or so. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my prepared testimony, and I'd be happy to respond to any questions on the performance of our office. And our performance report is attached to my testimony and is available on our website. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. At the end of your testimony, you talked about the audit on reserve funds.
Yes.
When will that be issued?
It has to go out for a 2-week review by the agency, so within the next month. It'll be going out for that review probably next week.
So we should get it mid-March?
Certainly. I hope before then, but yes.
And the work you're doing with regard to the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, when will that come out?
That's in the sort of same status that it still needs to go to the 2 offices for their review. So that should take 2 weeks, so probably within a month.
So again, mid-March.
Right.
You were present when Mr. Maloff was testifying. I can't remember all these different requests of you. So are you doing something with Department of Buildings?
Yes, we are. We've engaged the Department of Buildings in looking at the issue of dangerous construction and looking at the protections afforded abutting neighbors. So it's looking specifically at residential properties. That report, that project right now is in what we call the survey phase, where we're gathering information and probably creating a sample of properties that will be examined, but we have not yet determined the scope in terms of what issues precisely we will be looking at. But it's within that range of issues that Mr. Maloff has raised.
So I think at the beginning of your testimony, you talked about how one of your performance goals is issuing reports within 10 months?
Right.
So this will likely be 10 months from now, or are you far enough along that it'd be 9 months or 8 months?
Probably 10 months, because this is one where we're selecting a sample and there'll be a lot of field work in terms of looking at the properties and looking at the documentation, like what Mr. Maloff was referencing, looking at what is in the law, what's in the code, what's in the building code, and how much compliance there's been. But I have to say that I'm not, as I say, I'm not sure what the scope yet will be. So I'm not quite sure how extensive and what the time take will be.
Well, 10 months would mean probably December. And are you doing this in-house?
Yes, it's in-house. We measure from when we issue the engagement letter, and I believe the engagement letter went out in November, so we would be measuring from November. So I would hope it would be well before the end of the calendar year. That I can provide you with more specific information. I should also say that in addition to Mr. Maloff's testimony, this was an issue that surfaced in a survey we did of advisory neighborhood commissions, which is something we do from time to time to see what is of most concern to the commissioners. And this issue was, generally speaking, this issue was also among the top things cited by the commissioners.
Does your office still have some vacant office space?
We do.
And I know we've had some discussions about what could be done with that outside your agency. I take it it's just still pending, if you will?
We have had, I think, 2 agencies look at the space. And I know we've been in touch with your team in terms of who might be interested in taking the space. It has been, but it's available. And it is nice space. So we're certainly hoping that we'll be able to essentially get rid of it from our leasing costs over the course of the next year.
Do you remember offhand what you're paying for it?
I'm sorry, I didn't bring my expenditure data. I do have that, but I'm happy to share it with the committee.
I think you skipped over in your prepared statement the status of the FOP litigation against you. Can you
Right.
speak to that?
Sure, there's no change from a year ago on that. And again, this is a lawsuit against the Office of the DC Auditor, me personally, 3 members of my staff, the mayor, the police department, and so forth, brought by 3 current or former members of the sworn members of the Metropolitan Police Department, following a report we issued several years ago on officers who had been fired by the department and then regained employment through a long series of litigation or administrative reviews. And 3 of the officers have sued us for defamation and similar issues, based on the fact that we identified them by name in the report. The judge, a year and a half ago, the judge in that case dismissed the case on our motion, but the judge has not issued a written opinion yet. So the issue is not yet resolved. The officers have indicated they will appeal, but of course they can't appeal the dismissal until they have the written opinion. So we continue to be in a holding pattern on that case. And as I think you are aware, we continue to hold a certain amount of our budget in reserve in anticipation of the possibility of going to trial.
So you've prevailed in the case, sort of.
Yeah.
But there's almost certainly going to be an appeal, and the appeal can't happen until the judge issues the order.
That's correct.
Are there any other major suits pending against you? And I know that was a pre-hearing question, but
Management by the 2 officers cited in our Cron Hilton Brown report, but that has not gone to litigation yet.
that notice, there's a time requirement under the law, I think, for notifying the government when there might be a suit. And so that's what that notice was.
It's a notice that indicates basically we might file a suit.
And has the time expired for that?
I don't know.
I have a note here about your looking at DCPS, but I think that's actually the report you've already issued. Is there anything else in the works with your office and DCPS?
We are looking at an issue that has to do with the accessibility of medications on campuses. And that's something that's an interaction between the Department of Health and DC Public Schools. And that's something that we're just getting some information on right now.
I don't stay on top of this because it's a different committee, but ANC, I have the sense that there's some issues about the adequacy of, I'm going to say ANC oversight. You mentioned the report you did on 8C,
Mhm.
ANC 8C. Do you have any thoughts on how the government can be improving oversight over ANCs? So we have the Office of ANCs. They've taken over some of the responsibilities that your office used to handle. I think at this point, do you do anything with the quarterly reports other than
We are
from time to
complete.
time you would audit them?
We audit individual ANCs. We also continue to have a statutory requirement to publish an annual report. And that annual report looks at the financials for every ANC, and the quarterly report summarizes what took place. The reports are very helpful, I think, in terms of saying how commissions tend to be spending their money, whether it's for staff or for grants or for, different other activities.
Do you think there's more the government should be doing, whether it's your office or OANC or some other agency?
I believe the work that we're doing continues to be useful. We'll be publishing tomorrow our recommendation compliance report that includes some recommendations related to two and maybe three individual commissions, 8C, 8E, 8C, and maybe we still have recommendations in there for one of the Ward 5 ANCs. And those include recommendations to the Office of Advisory Neighborhood Commissions. So there's additional information on things that we have recommended that they might do, things that they could add to their training, or things that they might add to their written materials that they provide.
And that report's coming out tomorrow?
Yes, yes. We usually try to have it before your performance hearings initiate, but we're a little bit late this year.
That's okay. I started the hearing late. I know
Fair
it's a
enough.
little different. Your office has a good track record of not maxing out on your annual budget. Where is your FY26 spend rate compared to the budgeted amount?
We continue to carry over a significant amount of funds in excess of $1 million. And the reason we continue to do that is the litigation that I mentioned, that I don't want to all of a sudden be going to trial and not have the budget for our outside counsel. And to be quite candid, we do have outside counsel, and they are very good and therefore very expensive outside counsel, and they have taken the lead in this case, working with the Office of the Attorney General, which is, of course, representing MPD and the Executive Office of the Mayor. So that's one of the reasons we carry over money. But because the council has allowed us to carry money from one year to another, as soon as we hit a new fiscal year, then I look to spend some of that money with additional contract audits. So that's been the process we've gone through. We have a carryover, but then we do try to continue to spend some of the money once we are in the new fiscal year and have the new additional allocation that could go toward our litigation costs.
Should the Attorney General be doing more in representing you?
I'm sorry?
Should the Attorney General be doing more?
No, I think it's a very good partnership. We wanted to do everything we could to ensure that we would win this case, because it is so incredibly important in terms of our independence and our oversight and transparency and all kinds of other issues.
Last question. Any thoughts on the annual comprehensive financial report?
I very much appreciated the hearing that you and the Committee of the Whole held yesterday, and we continue to participate as an active member of the Oversight Committee of the ACFR. I was pleased at some of the questions yesterday about some of the control deficiencies and the fact of recommendations that have been held over from one cycle to another. There's at least one recommendation from the annual ACFR that is not completed 8 years after it was initially made. So for that reason, I very much appreciate the council members asking those questions, because I think the compliance issue could probably be better coordinated among the parties that are all involved, which includes the Office of the Inspector General, the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, and the independent auditors.
Some of that gets discussed in the working groups.
Yes and no. As the Inspector General described yesterday, there is an oversight committee that this council can participates in. And that oversight committee, the role, as Mr. Lucas described it, is to make sure that everything goes as according to plan in the ACFR and that there are no impediments. But the other issue that could, I think, be strengthened would be more senior leadership from the executive possibly being engaged in that process, so that when someone like myself might raise a question in those meetings, like what happened to the 2021 control deficiency recommendation? What happened to the 2018 deficiency recommendation? The person who answered that question was a senior member of the OCFO staff, rather than the executive branch agencies to whom that recommendation was made. So if I were sort of making one recommendation, it would be that the executive participate more fully in that oversight process.
You know, I had another ACFR question. It slipped my mind. Give me a second while I'm thinking. It's going to come to me later. It's going to be a great question. Maybe I'll just ask it of myself. Anything else you're good? It'll probably come to me while I'm listening to the retirement board.
Sorry?
I said it'll probably come to me as I'm listening to the
Give me a
retirement
call.
on the ACFR. I'm not going to get it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I have 2 follow-ups, and I will get that additional information to you. Thank you.
Okay. So before we hear from Mr. Balistreri and the actuary and Mr. Weirs, I think, looks like I have 4 witnesses. Are they all online? Sam Leverson, Mary Bolton, Alex Ortiz, and Leanna Steinberg Casper. They're all online? Who's not here? All right, so I believe everyone's online. Mr. Leverson, Sam Leverson, you would be first.
Okay, can you hear me?
I don't know if I can hear you.
Hello?
I'm hearing a very faint hello and I don't have any picture of you.
Okay, hold on, I don't know if, actually, wait.
So you may just have to talk loudly.
Okay, that's fine. All right, I will try to do that. Okay, just a sec.
All right, now I'm not hearing anything.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I wasn't talking, but I'm here now. All right, do the best I can. So I'm calling in this morning to speak about some concerns I have regarding the DC Retirement Board's financial decisions. Now, I understand that the intent of the retirement board and its financial decisions is to ensure that, people with a number of professions are able to live comfortable, fulfilling, and financially stable lives after they're employed. And of course, there's a lot of benefit to that. However, something I'm really concerned about is that we live in a world where, global warming is becoming increasingly worse. We're seeing quote unquote natural disasters like droughts, floods, fires, heat waves, hurricanes become both increasingly frequent and increasingly severe. And this all makes younger people like myself, someone who's not even 30 yet, more concerned about how livable our world truly will be when retirement age hits. And to increase the odds of us younger people being able to retire in comfortable, fulfilling, and financially stable ways, it's important that the DC Retirement Board's financial decisions reflect climate conscious and ethical investments. Alongside some other incredible people in the area who you'll hear from after me, I've uncovered a lot about how the retirement board's money is currently invested. So the board's investment report from September 30th, 2025 revealed to me that the board has $3.19 billion invested in the S&P 500 fund and $1.61 billion invested in the MSCI World, excluding USA fund. Both of these funds have a sizable portion of their money invested in companies that produce weapons. For example, $6.6 million towards Lockheed Martin, $4.8 million towards General Dynamics, $14 million towards RTX, and $5 million towards Northrop Grumman, among others. The kinds of weapons that these companies produce range from bombs to missiles to fighter jets, and through resource extraction, manufacturing, transit, usage of the weapons themselves, and resulting cleanup, these weapons cause a substantial amount of harm to the environment and further fuel global warming. And this global warming ultimately harms everyone, making it harder to, among other things, comfortably retire. But even then, whether or not someone like myself can comfortably retire in the coming decades pales in comparison to what many other people, both throughout the United States and throughout the world, have to endure daily, whether it be people who've endured genocide in Gaza or people who've been kidnapped by ICE. Both of these large-scale human rights abuses are also facilitated by a number of the companies that the retirement board has funds invested in, even if indirectly, like, again, Lockheed Martin, General Dynamics, RTX, and Northrop Grumman. So whether it's global warming, war crimes, or human rights violations domestically or internationally, it's of utmost importance for the DC Retirement Board to invest responsibly and ethically. So I'm calling on the DC Retirement Board to, in this case, act both reactively and proactively. Reactively, the retirement board has the obligation to not invest its funds into, S&P 500 or MSCI World, excluding USA funds, so long as those funds continue to put money into the hands of these weapons manufacturers. And proactively, the DC Retirement Board should establish a code of ethics that prevents such investments from occurring at all in the first place. All I have, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laverson. I do have your statement. Mary Bolton, I think, is not here. Alex Ortiz?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Retirement Board listening today. I apologize I can't be here in person this morning as I'm currently out of town for the birth of my first child. In this difficult world, I wanted to share that little bit of good news this morning. My name is Alex Ortiz and I'm a Ward 1 resident, and today I am testifying on behalf of DC Divest, a coalition of immigrant rights, environmental, and justice-seeking organizations in the District of Columbia. My testimony today focuses on the DC Retirement Board, an entity that I am aware is responsible for the retirement plans of teachers, firefighters, and police officers in the district. That is no small task in these ever-turbulent times. It is not my area of expertise, and I am aware it is not an easy job. I am aware that under recent leadership, the pension fund has been able to grow despite volatile markets, reaching an all-time high of approximately $13.7 billion. This is a good thing, but there are a couple of particular investments I want to shed a light on. Why is the District of Columbia Retirement Board invested in Palantir Technologies to the tune of $22 million, according to the top 25 equity holdings as published on your website? For those not aware, Palantir Technologies has recently signed several lucrative contracts with ICE, including a $30 million contract to provide the agency with software that enables constant monitoring and surveillance that aids in the identification and apprehension of immigrants, according to the Washington Post. Additionally, over the last 2 years, Palantir's constant surveillance and AI technologies have directly enabled Israel's genocide in Gaza, with its technology willingly offered to the Israeli military to track and kill Palestinians. Is it right that the District of Columbia is investing and profiting off the slaughter of people abroad, as well as the illegal surveillance and detention of our friends and neighbors here at home? I am not the only one asking these questions. Last week, Bloomberg reported that the New York Pension Fund was scrutinizing its investments in Palantir. On February 4th, New York City Comptroller Mark Levine sent a letter to Palantir's board of directors in concern that, quote, recent fatal shootings in Minneapolis, as well as ICE activities more broadly, have drawn nationwide protests and intensified scrutiny of federal enforcement operations and highlighted material, reputational, and human rights risks to Palantir. The stock has fallen more than 25% this year. And last week in New Jersey, community members spoke out in a similar oversight hearing for the New Jersey State Investment Council, stating that, quote, there is a higher call of your fiduciary duty, and that higher call is to uphold human rights and to uphold the U.S. Constitution. Despite our differences, our backgrounds, and our areas of expertise, you and I still share many commonalities. And at the very least, I urge you to question this specific investment of $22 million into Palantir Technologies, which in the grand scheme of the pension fund is only 0.1% of the entire fund. People in Washington want responsible investing that prioritizes people over profits, life over death, and democracy, not dictatorship. And that includes not just my friends and I, but district workers, faith leaders, and I bet council members, teachers, firefighters, and police officers too. At the end of the day, most of us just want the same thing. So again, I urge you to investigate the DC Retirement Board's holdings in Palantir Technologies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. I do not have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that, please.
I will provide that after this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Leanna Steinberg Casper.
Hello, can you hear me?
Faintly, but yes.
Hi, my name is Leanna. I'm a community member and an organizer with Sunrise Movement DC, and I'm here today to urge you to once again divest completely from fossil fuels and specifically remove your investment in ExxonMobil stock. Having only lived here for a few years, I've already seen the impacts of the climate crisis on DC. We suffer from major floods and storms, along with unbearable heat waves in the summer. And just over the past few weeks, we've faced snowstorms and unusually low temperatures our people are not prepared to handle, nor should we have to. Since I've lived here, I've almost passed out because of extreme heat. I've had to hide out in my bathroom from tornado warnings, and I've watched my utility costs skyrocket just so I can stay safe from escalating temperatures. And other community members have it much worse than I do. Our unhoused neighbors without protection from the elements, those who live in prominent flooding zones, those with jobs requiring them to work outside. The climate crisis is here in DC, and it is because of big oil polluters that we are suffering. And one of the top polluters and drivers of climate change is ExxonMobil. In 2024, Exxon contributed 1.5% of global carbon emissions, ranking it 13th amongst the biggest polluters in the world. The harm caused by companies like Exxon led this retirement board to announce divestment from fossil fuel polluters in 2016, finally recognizing that previous investments in big oil were problematic. Today, I urge you to stand by the commitment that the retirement board made in 2016 and protect your constituents and invest retirement funds in a better, cleaner future rather than a doomed one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steinberg Casper. I do have a copy of your statement. So of those who I heard from, only Mr. Ortiz, do I need your statement? Ms. Steinberg Casper, how much do you believe the retirement board has invested in ExxonMobil?
I attached, oh, maybe I didn't attach this in my statement. Let me check really fast.
I can barely hear you.
It has about 200,000.
Do you need to speak louder?
I see about 200,000.
I heard you say $200. I'm not sure that's 200 what? Did you say $200,000?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other questions for you or Mr. Ortiz or Mr. Laverson. I do want to thank you for your testimony. So you all are excused and we're going to turn to the retirement board. I have Adam Weirs, who's trustee, and Mr. Balistrieri, who's the executive director. And who else do you want at the table? Before you say anything, I don't know that we have a copy of your statement.
A package, but if you don't have it, we'll make sure you get it right after this.
Is it possible somebody could send it now?
Not at this moment, but I'll send it right away, right after. I'm going to tell you all about it now.
I know, but it's helpful for me to be able to follow your statement.
Okay.
There's no one at the shop who has a copy that can send it to me?
I have my computer with me, so I have to get online. But if I could give you the test, we'll give you the testimony now, and I can get it over to you right after. You have a lot of the testimony covers all 45 questions and answers that are in there as well. So you have it nicely compartmentalized, but I can get it to you right after. How's that?
Give me a second. You don't have it. Well, it is what it is, but I realize we got the written questions to you late. I don't know if we shared a draft with you earlier, but that's one thing, the statement. So
Sure.
it's helpful to me. I don't know about other council members, but I think it's true for them to be able to follow the written testimony while
course.
one is testifying. I can make notes in the margin. When you say 2024, and in fact, it says 2025, I can interrupt and say, did you mean 2024 or 2025? You saw I did that with
Understood.
with former.
Sure. It should
the
have gone
other-
with the package of questions, but apparently you didn't receive it.
It
But
did not.
okay, so make
So
sure
I'm
that.
at a disadvantage here,
Okay.
but it is what it is. So why don't you proceed?
Trustee Weirs?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Adam Weirs. I am a trustee and the chair of the Investment Committee of the District of Columbia Retirement Board. As a member of DCRB's Board of Trustees, I want to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and this committee for your continued support. The trustees look forward to continuing to work with this commission and with the council as a whole as DCRB continues to work to fulfill our fiduciary and administrative responsibilities. DCRB was created by Congress in 1979 under the District of Columbia Retirement Reform Act as an independent agency of the District of Columbia government. DCRB has exclusive authority and discretion to manage the assets of the District of Columbia Teachers Retirement Plan and the District of Columbia Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Plans, which we collectively refer to as the Fund. I am pleased to report that DCRB continues to be a fully funded retirement system with the plan's aggregate actuarial funding status at 104.2% as of October 1st, 2025. DCRB's total market value has reached $13.5 billion as of September 30th, 2025. And we continue to make progress in our efforts to create a comprehensive retirement system. From its inception in October 1982 through September 2025, the plan has generated an annualized gross return of 8.59%, exceeding our actuarial long-term return target, which is currently 6.25%. I am also happy to report that DCRB has been among a select number of public systems to receive the Public Pension Coordinating Council's 2025 Recognition Award for funding and administration, which we received in recognition of meeting professional standards for plan funding and administration as set forth in the Public Pension Standards. In addition, for the 17th consecutive year, DCRB was awarded the Government Finance Officers Association's Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for our fiscal year ended 2024 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, which is the highest form of recognition in government accounting and financial reporting. I will now turn the testimony over to our Executive Director, JP Balistreri, who will provide you with more detailed information about our FY25 performance and accomplishments. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Weirs. Chairman Mendelson, I just gave you a paper copy of it. Thank God I printed it out as well, and then we'll follow up with the electronic version for you.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and the Committee of the Whole. Thank you so much for having us here. Since our last performance hearing on February 26, 25, progress has been made in several areas of DCRB, and I'd like to provide you with a summary of our accomplishments over the past year, as well as our objectives and priorities moving forward. As you know, DCRB's mission is to lead by serving others and includes two overarching goals: to prudently invest the assets of the fund for the exclusive benefit of its members, and to provide plan members with accurate and timely annuity payments and best-in-class services. DCRB's priority is to invest and manage the fund, which is held in trust for exclusive benefit of all plan members and all eligible survivors and beneficiaries. The assets of the fund must only be used to pay benefits to plan members and reasonable associated administrative expenses. DCRB's trustees as fiduciaries and DCRB management also as fiduciaries who are required in good faith to discharge their responsibilities solely in the interest of the plan members and beneficiaries must always continue to work collaboratively to maximize returns as well as manage and mitigate risks to the fund. In serving our mission and priority, it is imperative to focus on the organization's employees and their needs and objectives to optimize operational efficiencies. We constantly exercise comprehensive organizational review and action by taking a bottoms-up approach in operating our organization. In other words, we apply consultative style of decision-making, organizational change and leadership in which employee participation is promoted and empowered at all levels of the organization to drive decisions in an optimal and sustainable manner. I'm just going to go right to the organization and staffing section that you have there. In fiscal year 2025, DCRB continued to promote, actively recruit, and most importantly, provide employees a platform for personal growth and a bona fide career pathway. We filled internally and externally 10 more vacancies in fiscal year 25. We continue to proudly operate as one of the most diverse pension funds in the U.S., with a workforce that is comprised of 62% female and 82% minority employees. One of DCRB's major ongoing responsibilities is to prudently invest fund assets with the goal of earning a return that meets and exceeds the established actuarial long-term investment return target of 6.25%. This target is intended to sustain the fund's viability over the long-term investment horizon. As of DCRB's fiscal year end 2025, DCRB closed fiscal year with a net return of 10.25% and a net return of 14.1% as of calendar year 2025, as well as an average net return of 6.6% per year over the last 20 years, well ahead of our actuarial net return target rate. As mentioned earlier, DCRB continues to be a fully funded retirement system. The aggregate actuarial funding status level of 104.2% versus 103.7% in fiscal year 2025. There's 24 that I'd mentioned to you, Chairman Mendelson. That funding status is determined by comparing the value of the assets held by the pension fund with the present value of its liabilities. DCRB's funding status of 104.2% compared to the estimated average funded status of the 100 largest U.S. pension plans at 80.2% displays DCRB's firmer ability to fulfill its present and future obligations to pensioners versus its larger peers over the long term. The board's independent actuary conducts an actuary evaluation each year to determine the funded status of the plans and to identify districts' contribution to the fund. We're one of only a handful of pension funds in the U.S. out of 304 administered pension funds with fully actuarially funded status over 100%, according to Equitable Institute analysis. The fund's balanced and diverse allocation of its assets has been paramount, maintaining a resilient investment portfolio during a period of continued global unrest, war, market volatility, and economic uncertainty since last year's performance hearing. As of February 9th, 2026, the fund has grown by about $1.7 billion to a total of market value of $14.2 billion from the $12.5 billion last year at this performance hearing on February 26, 2025. DCRB continues to sustainably maintain firm fund liquidity. As of February 9, 26, the fund holds approximately $162 million in cash versus its monthly pension obligations of approximately $32 million. This is in line with our targeted 3 times month average, which is currently at about 5 times the monthly pension fund obligation. We also have $2.5 billion in high-quality convertible bonds into cash for liquidity purposes within a week as of January 31st, 2026. To achieve long-term sustainable risk-adjusted returns, DCRB consistently needs to rebalance the portfolio of assets. Our investment team engages in the regular rebalancing process of realigning the weightings of DCRB's portfolio of assets by periodically buying and selling assets to maintain a constant, consistent, desired level of asset allocation and risk. DCRB investment team monitors the portfolio asset allocation daily to ensure assets allocation are in line with the targets that are sufficient liquidity to consistently meet benefits payments, capital calls, and other operational needs. DCRB completed 103 rebalancing transactions last fiscal year at over $5.42 billion, which overall portfolio rebalancing is a fundamental aspect of pension fund management, enabling effective risk management, assets allocation optimization, and alignment with long-term investment objectives while constantly adapting to changing market conditions in a dynamic and volatile market environment. DCRB continues to have a transparent, independent process for reporting investment manager fees with its independent consultant, Comor, specialized consultant investment fees and transaction cost verification analysis and management. Comor consistently completes the recalculation, review, verification, and analysis of fees and expenses on a quarterly basis, 6 months in arrears. This report and ongoing fees verification review provides DCRB the opportunity to evaluate the mitigants and solutions in managing risk related to investment fund managers' investment fees and carried interest practices. We continue to apply internal best practices and processes in standardizing acceptable terms and conditions with our LP agreements to actively monitor and validate fees quarterly and mitigating the risk of common and temporary overallocations becoming potential actual overages, to actively track agreement terms and conditions across portfolio to ensure compliance, benchmarking certain investment manager fee structures and terms that deserve higher scrutiny in pre-investment evaluation processes. This has led to us even renegotiating some fees with investment managers to a lower cost and to clarifying terms and conditions to avoid gray areas with some LPs, with some general partners of investment managers. Based on a benchmarking analysis completed by CM Benchmarking, DCRB's investment cost of 58.2 basis points was below the benchmark cost of 62.7 basis points compared to its peer funds median of 60 and compared to his peer funds median of 68.6 basis points in calendar year 2024, the most recent available full reporting period. In fiscal year 25, we also continue to work with independent consultant Zeno AN to gather all trade data needed to complete a review of our DCRB's public equity accounts, equity, foreign exchange, and fixed income, type accounts to perform an in-depth historical and ongoing trade cost analysis. This benchmarks DCRB's public market investment managers' trading costs to ensure they are in line with market standards. It also assists DCRB in evaluating of prospective investment managers' trading costs to identify potential issues before hiring new investment managers and in developing investment manager transition strategies, as well as measuring and evaluating transition costs between different public investment managers. This is a very important risk management transparency tool to fulfill a fiduciary duty and apply the best reasonable prudent practices available for execution in monitoring public investment managers and their brokers' trading practices and activities. DCRB has implemented a fully engaged internal audit process, plan, and charter that defines role, organizational status, authority, responsibilities, compliance actions, priorities, and scope of activities of its internal audit function. It also includes the underlying objectives of the function and the application into integrated operational quality and risk management procedures and processes. In fiscal year 25, DCRB's Director of Internal Audit and Compliance actively reviewed organizational areas of strength and weaknesses in implementation, administration, and fiduciary oversight of the agency's retirement program, reviewed third-party administration and other support operations, including investments, board governance, and fiduciary oversight functions, pursuant to applicable federal and district laws, rules, regulations, best practices in the industry, and provided detailed actionable recommendations for the board to take in establishing and improving on any identified deficiencies. Ultimately, the goal is to drive consistent accountability in the organization, ownership, and transparency. Overall, internal audit collaborates and supports management and the trustees to accomplish business objectives with an acceptable risk framework by bringing a systematic, disciplined, transparent, sustainable compliance approach to DCRB's operations. DCRB's financial statements are audited annually, as you know, and we continue to attain and maintain unqualified audit opinions and report our financial activities according to required governmental standards. On December 12th, 2025, DCRB's auditors, our investment and finance teams, BCA Watson Rice, our external auditor, issued its opinion and identified no material weaknesses in internal control over financial reporting for DCRB. Subsequently, on January 31st, 26, the Office of the Inspector General confirmed and concurred with our outside auditor's opinion that there were no identified material weaknesses in internal control over financial reporting for DCRB. Building and maintaining trust has been imperative to our effectiveness. Our goals to improve stakeholder trust are focused on defining and achieving a meaningful balance between flexibility and consistency in our benefits administration processing, as well as our communications. We have implemented specific initiatives in place to increase transparency with members and other stakeholders. We are continuously evaluating our regular processes and our operational projects to ensure they are efficient, transparent, communicated clearly, and consistently compliant with rules and regulations. That includes collaborating with DCPS, DCHR, FEMS, MPD, as well as other agencies that are stakeholders in the process. DCRB met and continues to frequently meet with stakeholders inside and outside DCRB to discuss these improvements, including our internal auditor working with these agencies in these meetings as well. The collaboration with our district partners to increase the quality of data used to calculate benefits will contribute additional member-specific initiatives, data accuracy, and faster processing times where possible. In fiscal year 25, DCRB proactively engaged in and executed upon specific feasibility exercises and actionable initiatives to secure all active member data in one source system in the near and long term, build end-to-end retirement processes maps, and better define roles and responsibilities and lines of authority for all stakeholder agencies involved in the retirement administration process. In collaboration with OCTO, DCRB again provided active police officers, firefighters, and teachers in their annual statement of estimated benefits, leveraging the PeopleSoft self-service online portal. DCRB worked with its independent actuary and stakeholder HR departments to improve data quality so that the statements could be more accurate and useful for the members. Statements included the benefit estimates for both monthly retirement benefit and a deferred retirement benefit. The annual statements provide plan participants with an estimate of the total value of their benefit over a 25-year period. The DCRB has also worked with its stakeholders on standardizing internal forms and improving their PeopleSoft access to identify data issues before members submit for retirement. To further increase transparency to the members, DCRB revised its public website so that members can more easily locate information of relevance to them. We're also preparing for a comprehensive benefits administration pension system conversion with a target go-to-live date on or before June 30th, 2028. The initiative involves transitioning from the current PeopleSoft Star platform to an upgraded cloud-based pension administration system. Concurrently, DCRB will continue its validation of active member data to initiate the retired data verification process. That's extremely important when we go into this effort of developing and implementing a new automated pension system, and develop new standard operating procedures for retiree onboarding, payroll, and insurance enrollment. This will include working with agency stakeholders, U.S. Treasury, and internal DCRB departments to plan for this transition to the BAPS. In closing, I'd like to thank you, Chair Mendelson, and the Committee of the Whole for supporting DCRB in carrying out our mission. We look forward to working with you and your staff and thoughtfully answering any questions you have and working and servicing our plan members. Thank you, Chair Mendelson.
Thank you, Ms. Balistreri and Mr. Weirs, for your statement. All of you who are here. According to the latest actuarial evaluation from your actuary, next year's combined annually determined contribution, I believe that's what it's called, ARC, it will be $217 million, which is up $14 million from last year's contribution. However, the year before that, there was an opposite swing, $14 million less. Why, if I say, why is it going up, I'm going to get an answer that, well, because it needs to go up. But the stock market went up substantially. Why are we seeing this swing?
Yeah. How do you want to answer? Our actuary is here to answer your question more in depthly and technically. One over.
Yeah, it's a combination of activity. Thank you. The primary reason for the upswing.
Give your name if you
I'm
would.
sorry, Tom Vicenti, actuary with Bolton Partners.
Yeah.
So the main reason for the most recent upward movement in the contribution levels was that we factored into the calculations the impact of 2 new collective bargaining agreements that provided substantial pay increases. The plan is a pay-based plan. We do anticipate within our actuarial assumptions, we have an assumption about pay going up on a regular basis over somebody's career. However, the 2 collective bargaining agreements increased the pay above what those assumptions anticipated, which provided an upward lift to the benefits that would be anticipated to be paid, which then filters into the amount that needs to be contributed to pay for them.
So what's the assumption before the actual contracts?
The assumption, it's a service-based assumption, so it actually starts at a fairly high level for more junior members of each of the 3 groups, and it grades down over time as people generally reach the maturity of their career. So it's not just a number, but it ranges from about 8% down to about 3.5% in terms of the amount over the entire career.
And then the contracts, the CBAs were higher than that?
They were. The CBAs provided an increase that raised the level and also provided some retroactive increases. So they were actually higher. In years that we already had numbers for, it increased those pays, which then goes into the calculation of the benefits.
The 2 contracts were teachers and police?
That is correct.
This might be for Mr. Balistreri, maybe it's for you, Mr. Vincenti. When the executive negotiated the contracts, did they consult with you on what the actual impact might be?
They don't necessarily consult or take our advice. We certainly didn't get an opportunity to be consulted on it. Although we
Now-
did get communicated, but at the end of the day, we're not in standing to negotiate these contracts. We're only here to provide advice.
I know, but that wasn't my question. So, and I'm not clear. I'm not asking if they asked your advice. I'm asking if they contacted you and said, hey, we're thinking about, I think police was a 12% increase. And can you give me a sense of what that would do to the ARC? Did they have that?
No, they did not contact us on that. They also conduct their own fiscal impact statement, so they probably didn't feel the need that they needed to contact us.
Yes, but their fiscal impact statement, I'm almost certain, dealt with what the salary cost would be, not what the pension cost would be.
Yeah.
I'm seeing, you look like you have some
Yeah,
thoughts.
this
here.
is Daniel
Yeah.
Hernandez, a pension administrator. I used to work on that side of the fence too at DCHR. I know a little bit about the contract negotiations. They do factor in the salary cost, that is correct, but they also do take into account a fringe rate for benefits and retirement. And so it should hopefully be in the fiscal impact statement. Sometimes we do get consulted, but on these contracts, we found out after the fact.
So the 14%, the $14 million increase is almost entirely due to these two collective bargaining agreements?
Yes, that was the main driver. One thing to keep in mind is that the nominal dollar of the contribution went up. However, the contribution as a percentage of payroll stayed level or actually decreased slightly, which says that that's really the reason that they went up. If payroll rose and the contribution is staying level as a percent of payroll, payroll goes up, the contribution goes up. So actuarially, from an actuary standpoint, it looks like things are working the way they should because the contribution as a level percent is staying level as a percent of the payroll.
Now, somebody commented to me that the stock market did extraordinarily well last year. Wouldn't that have reduced the annual, what do we call it, annual required contribution?
It does have a downward effect on the contributions. That was one of the factors that filtered into the determinant of the contribution. One thing we do with the investment returns, however, is that because investment returns can be volatile and we are taking essentially a snapshot on one day of the year, September 30th, we use a methodology where we average in or phase in investment returns that are above or below our actuarial assumption. And those results are phased in over a 5-year period so that there's less volatility in the contribution. So the effect of those higher returns will be brought into the calculation over the next 4 years. Some of it was brought in this year, but 20% will be brought in each of the next 4 years as the returns from the prior years as well. So it allows us to have more of a less volatile contribution. So it's there. It's just not there as great of a form as it would be if we took the whole thing into account in year one.
Pro forma over a ramp up time, right?
Correct.
Now, both the funds are over 100% funded. I think you said the aggregate was about 104%.
104.2, correct.
Wouldn't that reduce the annual required contribution?
It does. So the contribution is made up of two pieces. There's the cost of benefits that are being earned in the year as a member works an additional year, their benefit goes up, you're paying for that. And then the other component is that you are taking the deficit or surplus, depending if you're over or underfunded, and you're bringing that into the contribution in a amortized type of way, like you would with a loan or something like that.
Amortized type of way, meaning it's not all at once, but it's
Correct.
spread over time.
Correct. So we're saying we have the normal cost, which is so big, and we have this excess amount of money compared to the current liability. We're saying we're not going to take that all into effect at once and say, look, we get a big contribution break because then you've used it. Instead, we phase it in over a 30-year period. So that allows the contribution to stay level while still utilizing some of the surplus on an annual basis. So contributions are actually lower than the cost of benefits being earned right now. If we were exactly 100% funded, the contributions would be a little bit higher because we would not have any surplus to offset those contributions.
Just to clarify, the actuarial value of the teacher's retirement system plan is at 94%, so it's under 100. It's the other combined fire and police that brings it up over the 100.
I thought that the CFO at the ACT for hearing yesterday said that they were all over 100%.
In aggregate, together,
No.
Over.
He had it broken
the
down.
market value versus the actuarial value for the teacher's plan is over 100%, but the actuarial value itself is at 94.9%, and the market value is at 101.5%.
Can you explain the difference?
Sure. That's that actuarial smoothing that we were talking about a moment ago, where we're phasing in the effect of asset returns higher or lower than our assumption over a 5-year period. So because we've had good returns the last several years, what we're phasing in is positive outcomes. And so our actuarial value, which we use to maintain a more smooth contribution level, is lower than our market value. That means that in effect, we have a reserve that we haven't yet tapped in terms of doing the calculations, which allows us to weather if there's a downturn in the investment markets or something else that goes on. It provides a buffer against those types of events. That's the intent of that approach.
So is the contribution for FY27, which is 217 million, is that the same as it was 2 years ago? Do you know? If it went down last year by 14 million and it's going up this year by 14 million?
I think it was, give me a second, I'll look at the number. You want the actual dollar amount from
Sure.
2 years ago?
Yeah.
Don't think we have that handy with us.
I am-
Do you have it?
Yeah, so the numbers we're talking about for fiscal 2025, the contribution before the 90702 adjustment was $218 million, which was 17.1% of payroll. 2026 went down to 204, which was 15.6% of payroll. And for fiscal 27, it's 217.9, which is 15.2% of payroll. So the dollars went down, but the percent of pay went down in fiscal 26. The dollars went up in fiscal 27 because of those higher payrolls, but the contribution as a percentage of the payroll stayed very level between the 2 years.
So remind me again of teachers. The actuarial is, said 99, 98?
94.9
Yeah, 94.9%.
versus the market value of the assets, which is current market value of the assets at 101.5. As of the end of fiscal year 25.
And if I ask you this question, I'll bet you won't know the answer, but so when I
Try my
hear,
best.
well, so when I hear like Illinois is X% funded, that could be market value or actuarial value?
That's actuarial value. It's 50.2%. Illinois is about hovering around 50 to 51%
That's
actuarially
50.
funded. Sorry?
50,
Yes.
not 15,
With about
15.
211 billion in outstanding liabilities and obligations.
Something tells me while you were saying that you were feeling good about where you are.
Just a little bit, yeah. The reason why I had that Illinois information was because last year it didn't come up as a question, but we had discussed it before the meeting, Evan and I still had those numbers handy in my mind. So
Okay.
I got lucky.
Well, next year I'll ask about Indiana.
I'll be ready. As long as you go in alphabetical order.
So I'm looking at questions that I have prepared here, and it's like I've touched on the next two. So firefighters is under negotiation right now. Has anybody consulted with you all? And when I say consulted, I don't mean, hey, retirement board, should we do 2%, 3%? I don't mean consulted like that, but if they said to you, well, we're thinking about 2%, what would that do to your, to the annual required contribution?
No, we're not privy to the labor negotiations, and they have not asked us to participate yet.
In the ARC, that's what I want to call it. I assume the ARC does not factor in an increase for firefighters. It's the standard assumption that you mentioned.
Correct. It includes the standard assumption. If the firefighters settle with a retroactive increase, that's a higher increase, then we'll see a uptick in their liabilities, which will be an uptick in their contribution. All else being the same.
So what do we do to get OCFO to work with you all when it does its fiscal impact analysis?
Well, we certainly always have, we always reach out and ask the questions. For the last 4.5, 5 years that I've been here, my team, especially the benefits administration team, are always proactively reaching out, and we don't always get them to come out and proactively tell us these types of questions. It hasn't been in their culture to do that in the past. So we have to drive that change, and we're always doing network outreach, and not only to the employer agencies, but also to OCFO. We've worked with OCFO and OPEB quite a bit this past year and putting together MOUs as well as to cooperation all hands and even for reimbursements. So things are changing.
Yeah, well, all that sounds nice. And
Yeah, it all sounds nice.
Sounds a little mean on my part, and I don't mean it that way, but
Don't
they're
take
not
it.
consulting with you. I mean, they're right now, I think they're going to arbitration with the firefighters, but
Mhm.
they should be talking to you and saying, well, this is what's on the table. I think it's a best and final offer from firefighters and a best and final offer from management, and the arbitrator is going to figure it out. And they ought to be saying to you, OLRCB or the city administrator or the CFO, hey, give me a sense of what this will do to the ARC next year. And they haven't done that.
They haven't. And I think right now they're probably unsure as to what impact it has or what numbers they're going to finish off with. Until then, we usually know too late.
Well, and I don't expect at this point that they would be able to give you a precise number because they don't have an agreement, but
Right.
they haven't given you any number.
No.
So it could cost anywhere from $0 to $14 million.
Yeah, we like to be precise when we're working with our actuary, so that when right now they're dealing in ranges and they're trying to figure it out themselves. So they're not in the business of coming to us before they do that. So regardless of how much we proactively do outreach to them on it, they also need to be precise as well before they get to us. Sometimes it's too late, but we certainly will do everything we can and continue to on the communication end and utilize our trustees as well with some of their members, executive members, that is.
My understanding is DCRB continues to significantly underspend its budget.
Yes,
Now, to be clear, these aren't local dollars. They're dollars allowed to be spent out of the trust funds for administrative purposes.
correct. They're not district dollars.
So when you're underspending, you're actually conserving more money in the fund for benefits.
Correct.
Last year, you underspent your budget by over $6.5 million. This year, your first quarter spending reflects about 12% of your annual budget, 12% first quarter, as opposed to 25%. While underspending is good when you are able to provide all your services, as a budgeting exercise, continued significant underspending calls your assumptions into question. Can you elaborate on why we're so far out of alignment between actual and budget?
Yeah, let's take it first last year, and then we'll talk about the first quarter, which is more operational than anything else. But last year, we also had amounts in the budget for the new BAPs and in place in case we started and the RFP finished ahead of time. We took our time to make sure that we had the right providers in place with in-depth due diligence process, so we didn't spend there. We also always try to under promise and over deliver, and while at the same time and create buffers that we usually have, and we've under promised and over delivered 4 years in a row in terms of being under budget, which is good. But I do understand your question. Notwithstanding, we have done a great job, even though we've grown from 50 to 80 full-time employees. We've done a great job over the last 4 years of maintaining our operating expenses pretty much close to flat over the last 3 years, even with the increased FTE, mainly because we have found ways to limit our outside third-party spending to required independent advisors from a fiduciary and regulatory point of view, one of them being our actuaries, and not focused on, and only focusing on that, as opposed to in the past, before I got here, was wasteful third-party contracts that weren't necessary. And while increasing the expertise internally, creating a deeper bench internally with valuable FTEs at middle management and higher management levels, as well as training opportunities internally, which tend to be a lot cheaper than third-party contracting.
So in FY25, you had money, a significant amount of money set aside for BAPs, which was not implemented or spent.
Right.
What about first quarter this year?
First quarter this year, so what you'll get in the first quarter to second quarter and even third quarter, I have my budget, my deputy CFO here with me, but usually our contracts don't require a lot of payments and purchases, and they usually end up coming closer to the third and fourth quarter of the fiscal year. So you'll see a lag in terms of payables going out, and therefore the expenditures, although that they are in line in the ordinary course of being spent, they're usually not spent in the first, second quarter. So we're usually lag more behind in the first, second quarter in terms of payments out, and they tend to catch up in quarters 3 and 4. Do you want to elaborate on that? Lori Morgan, our deputy CFO.
Morning. Yes, that is correct. So in this particular year, 26, I'm sorry, that we're talking about, there is a lag. So come second quarter, we are seeing an uptick right now, even in January and February, beginning of February, to see an uptick in those payments. So that is why, as JP said, that is why you see a lag right now in the percentage of spending.
So to put it a little differently, the first quarter might be 11% spending as opposed to 25%, but the second quarter or the third quarter might be 30% or 35% as opposed to 25%.
That's correct. Yes.
Correct. Thank you.
With regard to pending lawsuits, there seems to be a pattern emerging where the same issue is being litigated in multiple venues. Can you discuss the seeming pattern? Not asking you to get into legal strategy or specifics.
Yeah, sure. Well, you had that former employee that was terminated over 4 years ago, attempted to file a claim, which was fully dismissed in district court, and repackaged the same type claim and went to the federal court. So we are now looking at, we're now in the middle of discovery on the federal court of the same issue. So nothing stops a plaintiff or a prospective claimant from trying their best to file various similar claims in different venues or jurisdictions. So that's probably why you see the same former employee doing so. But we can say that we did have the full motion dismissed in the DC Court of Appeals for the same or similar claim. And now we're just going through pre-motion for summary judgment discovery before we more than likely will handle that claim, the same or similar claim in federal court.
Is there a federal issue?
No, there isn't really well, I can't discuss the merits of the case. Let's just say that the claim, as we will move forward with, isn't really something that will hold water.
You said the DC Court of Appeals, not the Superior Court, but the DC Court of Appeals.
Correct, because every claimant has the right to appeal. And we defeated that with the motion to dismiss.
Now, is the DC Attorney General assisting you with this, or are you on your own resources?
This is our resources.
Should the DC Attorney General be helping you?
No, I don't think so. I think this is a direct former employee case. This is not an outside member or tertiary party case.
As you know, the committee's has pending legislation to create a new deferred retirement option program for police and firefighters to be administered by DCRB. Last year, the committee sent you the latest draft of the legislation. We have also been working with the Office of Revenue Analysis, which has hired its own actuary to gauge the potential impact of the legislation on the funds. The committee, that is the committee as a whole, has significantly changed the bill from the introduced version. You've stated previously that board resources can't be used to design a new program, so the committee has attempted to undertake that work itself. In oversimplified terms, the legislation would have DCRB maintain notional accounts whereby you keep annuity payments in the fund while the employee is in the drop. Drop is the deferred retirement option program. I'll start that sentence over again. It would have DCRB maintain notional accounts whereby you keep annuity payments in the fund while the employee is in the drop, but account and invest an equal amount in 3-year T-bills, which are stable in the short term compared to your other investments. At the end of the drop period, the employee is entitled to their continued regular annuity payment, as well as an amount equal to what was held back in a lump sum. The returns on the T-bills should, in theory, keep the value of the amount of dollars in the notional account stable, and the interest on the funds accrues to the board, that is DCRB, for administration of the program, which really should be minimal. Has the OCFO approached you to discuss that latest draft?
The OCFO has approached us and
Yes.
has approached us, and we are providing a response to the OCFO and also DC Council very shortly.
So
the OCFO is also still working with their own actuary to see if what they presented actually works in line with what we can do. And we are responding not only with our thoughtful remarks and observations, but also modified and revisions of the actual proposed legislation. Evan is aware of that.
Okay. So I was going to ask if there are thoughts you can share here, but it says that you're saying that you will have something for us soon.
Absolutely. And I don't think if I started sharing thoughts here, we'd go on for a couple hours, and I don't think it's the right venue to do that. I think it'd be more appropriate and thoughtful to work directly and collaborate with OCFO and the stakeholders on the process.
Have you engaged your actuary at all on this?
We have definitely worked with questioning our actuary and reviewing these proposals with actuary and legal counsel, and determining what is doable and what is not. We all want to come up with a solution, so long as everyone understands that DCRB is not required and does not design any types of plans, but we are certainly here to work with a design. We are certainly able to give our remarks and responses on whether it would work in line with what we are permitted to do as fiduciaries to our members, and what is, from even an operational point of view, capable of doing, or if it involves potentially other hirings or other requirements for personnel, then we'll certainly have that allocated to the stakeholders.
So there's a lot of excitement over this idea of the drop with the firefighters. And the concept is appealing enough that police have joined in, saying they want to participate. That's just on the labor side. The goal here is that we're going to minimize or avoid any fiscal impact to the district government. That doesn't necessarily help you, the sentence I'm in. So that's why there would be no interest accruing to the benefit of the employees. But the goal is also to minimize or cover costs for the retirement board. That's why the theory is the interest earned on the T-bills would be sufficient to cover the administrative costs. What we're looking at in drafting this legislation or redrafting this legislation is where we have to make adjustments so that we accomplish what I just said, which is no cost to the district government, and any costs to the retirement board are covered by are covered by this drop program rather than by your other investments.
Unfortunately, this third iteration of the draft legislation we have actively looked at with all parties, and we'll be able to identify what the issues are for you when you do receive, you and the council received, and as well as OCFO received our memorandum on and brief on it.
Okay. Mr. Balistrieri, you testified earlier, you mentioned that the agency's gone from 50 to 80 employees, which is not really my question. In the past, you've had a number of vacancies, and a little before the past, you had, maybe not you, but the retirement board had a significant number of senior level vacancies. Where's the agency right now in terms of vacancies and in terms of senior level positions?
Senior level positions are fairly well all covered. I'd say we have some vacancies in lower level jobs, not at the executive management level jobs. And that's mainly because we're growing and it's of need. We have two core businesses. We have investments and we have benefits administration. And one is a high touch managed services, providing professional services to our members, which is extremely important. And the other is investments, where we manage our risk returns on behalf of those members. And we're growing on both. As you see that since I've taken over, we've gone from under 10 billion in assets under management to $14 billion in assets under management. That has entailed bringing in a deep bench of not only maintaining and retaining the best senior level FTEs, but also other FTEs in the investment side, for instance, that are basically a deep bench of potentially 3 CIOs with all CFA level type certification, and having in the finance department, creating new opportunities and promoting different employees who have done stellar work to different new positions, as well as filling in needs for growth in our benefits member and retiree services, as well as quality in working with stakeholders, including the employer agencies, and also helping the employer agencies help themselves in making sure the most important thing over the last 4 years is making sure that the data we get is efficient, because now we're moving forward with the new BAPS. And last thing I want to do is put this expenditure into play over the next 3 years of $19 million. Over the next 10 years, $19 million, with garbage in and garbage out. So one of the biggest issues with our internal audit program and stakeholders alike is to make sure that we are cleansing data and ensuring best practices and imposing processes and procedures to assure that there's ownership for those types of scope of work. As we grow into the BAPS, we're going to be hiring also new FTEs, internal expertise on the IT side, as well as pension administration and data ends. So we are growing, and we're growing for good reasons.
So right now, how many vacancies do you have?
Well, let's say we have approximately currently about 7 or 8 vacancies.
And all of those are below senior management?
Yes.
What about your board?
I am proud to say, first of all, I want to commend my board. I have the best trustees.
No, I wasn't looking for you
I
to say
know.
nice
And
things.
now I've got 12 of them. For the first time in my time here, we have 12 trustees. As of last week, we just had the new active teacher election. And next week, we'll be certifying that in a special board meeting, that election. So we have our former active teacher, who has become, over the last couple of months, our new certified retired teacher trustee, taking over the great Mary Collins's position.
That's Nathan Son?
Nathan Saunders. So we're glad to have his experience on the board. And we also have the mayor. I will say you have the best record, because you're the only one that's always kept us with our 3 trustees.
I'm sorry, did you want to repeat that?
You've had the best record in fulfilling your promise
So
to us.
The mayor has filled her vacancy.
Finally, we got the 3rd vacancy at Chet McPherson, who's a fantastic addition to our team, to the trusteeship. And we have one of your appointees sitting here with us today, Adam Weirs, who's done a great job in harvesting our investments committee as our chair of our investments committee. So we're ecstatic.
I have two more questions for you. The city's chief financial officer has been very concerned about cash flow, and so has been looking at various payments that the district government makes, that it makes on a lump sum basis or
Right.
maybe even on a quarterly basis. I'm thinking, for example, Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority or WMATA. But the retirement board's another. I believe we make one payment to the retirement board in October.
We did make one payment, but I think we're changing now. We're moving forward to, I think, monthly payments.
Yeah.
Whether they're in advance or arrears, I
Yeah,
don't know. They're in advance,
Yeah, they're
right?
going to be bi-weekly 26.
Bi-weekly, so 26 payments.
And we have been in discussions with the CFO's office and the new possible legislation that should be coming out to adjust
Okay.
it.
Are they in advance or arrears?
They're going
In-
forward.
Oh, in advance.
In advance.
Or bi-weekly in advance.
And I think it's bi-weekly because then it aligns with the payroll.
It does, correct.
And
Although it's not arrears, it's advance.
yeah, I guess.
That's the only
Okay.
part that doesn't align, which is helpful to us.
That it's in advance.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you see any fiscal impact from that to you?
Potentially the way our numbers actuarially get impacted, just because we're not getting the lump sum in advance, so that it's probably, so to speak, amortized over time in the, and it probably impacts it not significantly, not materially, I think.
You're talking about over a long period of time. Money's going in slower, so your opportunity for investment returns are a little bit less. Money's not there as quickly as it was. No difference. You're essentially going in mid-year on average versus.
We'll just have to perform even better.
But not a material effect. Some effect, but not material.
Right. Just on the money going in.
It's an excellent question.
You were present when we had the non-government witnesses, and I appreciate your being present for that. There was one witness who testified about fossil fuels and ExxonMobil. I thought you guys had largely divested from fossil fuels.
We have largely divested from fossil fuels, but at the end of the day, a lot of our investments, as you heard from the witnesses, S&P 500, et cetera, we invest in public index funds. As much as we always tell them that we'd like you to be as prudent as possible, we can't control what the index funds end up having directly or indirectly in investments in certain stocks like ExxonMobil, you heard mentioned, Lockheed Martin for military and defense. We heard Palantir as well. We don't invest per se directly in those stocks. We don't do that.
So your investment in ExxonMobil is not direct?
No.
It's through an index fund?
No. And I just want you to know, our total energy sector exposure direct is a total of $4,425,000 as of December 31st, 2025. That's basically energy exposure. It's not carbon exposure necessarily. It means it could be renewables, it could be indirect, everything from the wellhead to the consumer in upstream, midstream, and downstream, involved in third-party services to the industry, in private equity, which I would consider direct. Indirect is the majority of it, and that's $294 million, which is just under 2.13% of our total assets under management as of December 31st, 2025. to the time was under the 14 billion. And so totally, we really don't have that much exposure, and it's not intentional, but we've come down over the years quite a bit. At the same time, I want to point out that oil and gas companies also have done a great job because they're in a position to get involved in the renewable energy sector. Everything from the technologies and investment in the technologies for renewables, as well as I want to comfort the colleagues that were on earlier today. They're in a better position than most third parties, oil and gas companies, to invest in new technologies, and they have, because they've also found ways to be more proficient and efficient from an operating point of view and profit margin point of view by investing in new technologies for cleaner energy.
Not sure the environmental folks would agree with you on that point, but that's beside the point. So
Sure.
the
Just my
investment,
opinion.
the investment that the witness gave or criticized in ExxonMobil is not a direct investment, it's through an index fund.
Correct.
And the $4.4 million in energy, that is direct?
4.4? No, I didn't say.
You said 4,425,000
Indirect, yes. Indirect.
in,
It's actually direct.
yes.
294 million is indirect. And that represents a total of approximately 2.13% of our assets under management as of December 31st, 2025.
So the reason I ask these questions is because you will remember several years ago, there was pressure on the council to legislate that you have to divest.
Yes.
And I would much rather that the retirement board use its expertise in getting out of certain investments rather than us just simply legislating. As you know, or I think you know, over the years, the council has either legislated or has been asked to legislate that you divest from all kinds of things. And I'm hesitant for us to weigh in on your, how do I want to phrase this, fiduciary responsibility, which needs to intersect with your expertise to both protect the assets as well as have a, I guess I would publicly supportable investment program or a publicly supportable portfolio.
We are probably one of the best performing pension funds with respect to our energy portfolio as a percentage of our assets under management. We also do everything we can as reasonably prudent as possible to minimize, while understanding at the same time, as you mentioned, the DCRB is primarily bound by its fiduciary obligation to its members to maximize the fund's returns and minimize the risk. And the market dictates, especially with the indirect investments, that that we apply that fiduciary duty and maintain our prudence in our decision making. So we cannot just close out from the public equities markets because of one company that might be part of an investment like ExxonMobil, as much as we'd like to.
I do understand that. And I think I might have been a little bit too opaque. I don't want to be legislating in this area. And the more you're taking care of this, the less it's a challenge for me to, if you follow.
Absolutely. And we are being very prudent and being very de minimis in our approach.
So I lied earlier when I said I only had two more questions because I have two more now.
Sure.
One of them is, in your statement, you said that the retirement board continues to sustainably maintain firm fund liquidity.
Mhm.
As of February 9th, the fund held or holds approximately $162 million in cash versus monthly benefit payments of approximately 32 million.
Yeah.
This is in line with the targeted 3 months average.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 times 32 would be 96, but you have 162. So it's
Which is
more like
about 5 times. Yeah.
So if you're trying to be in line with your 3 times months average, why are you 5 times?
Well, that in line means a minimum. We'd like to be there. If we have more cash on hand, that's good. But there are times when we might be as low as 94 million or 96 million. It fluctuates every day. You got a finite date there of February 9th. As of February 9th, it was that. It could be 142 on February 11th today. It depends on what we're rebalancing, what's coming in, what's coming out. We're constantly, every day, have cash flow and movement. So it's not a constant number that we gave you. It's as of February 9th, 2026. But we use guardrails, we use points of value to assure that we have at minimum, or at least, a value of 3 times, always in cash, so that we can service our obligations and meet our obligations for benefit payments, and then some.
And the other question I had
Yeah.
was, you talked about rebalancing, and I get that a solid portfolio has to be regularly reviewed.
Mhm.
But but I have to ask the question, are you rebalancing just to rebalance, or is there a little
No.
bit more thought in there?
There
that, Hey,
is.
this stock is really doing well,
Yeah,
and so maybe we won't rebalance.
we rebalance primarily to stay in line with our allocations and our approved allocations by our trustees. The 5 million is an extraordinarily larger number that year because we did have every 3 to 5 years, we have a new asset allocation policy approved by the trustees, and we had in our overall aggregate allocation policy for rebalancing, we had a new approval in fiscal year 2025. And so we had a rebalance for the new allocation policy. So we don't rebalance just to rebalance. We rebalance to make sure that we're in line with our asset allocations across all our asset classes. We need to make sure that we're in our allocation plan over some certain period of time that is usually every 3 to 5 years that we get approved. So no, it's thoughtful, it's predetermined, it's prudent, which we are required to be.
I'll let it end on that note with you claiming to be thoughtful.
Prudent.
I have no other questions for you. Thank you all
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you for your time, Chair Mendelson.
I'm going to pause for about 1 minute, and then we'll turn to the Commission on Arts and Humanities. Let's continue now with the third agency, which is the Commission on Arts and Humanities. We have 5 witnesses who've signed up to testify before we get to the government witnesses. Noreen Major, Chief Development Officer at Arena Stage. Mark Chalfant, who is Executive and Artistic Director at Washington Improv Theater. Mark Eisenberg, who's Executive Director of Washington Bach Consort. Paul Marengo, who is Director of Development at the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center, and Kimberly Bush, Executive Director also at the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center. So I believe the first 3 are online. I don't know about the last 2, but let's start with Noreen Major.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Noreen Major, and I am the recently appointed Chief Development Officer at Arena Stage, a resident theater in Ward 6. I have previously worked with many performing arts organizations across the district, and I'm thrilled to be back in this rich and diverse creative community. I'm especially pleased to see the continuing and improving work of the DC Commission of the Arts and Humanities to provide vital funding and exemplary service to artists and arts organizations across the city. In recent years, Arena staff have seen and felt the increased efficiency, responsiveness, and advocacy offered by CAH. These enhancements have strengthened Arena Stage's relationship with the agency and fortified the foundation of professional alignment in each grant program, event, and gathering. I congratulate Director Aaron Myers, Deputy Director David Markey, Chairperson Reggie Van Lee, and all CAH staff and commissioners on their excellent work and look forward to working together in the future. I must emphasize to the Council that uninterrupted, protected funding for CAH will be essential in maintaining and advancing this growth. The working environment for arts organizations and artists grows more challenging each year, and decreasing the resources available to the Commission will have only negative effects on our creative economy. Arena Stage relies on grant programs such as general operating support and capital projects to meet the needs of our patrons and artists and contribute to the economy and culture of our ward, city, region, and country. While the 3% decrease in CAH's budget from fiscal year 2026 to 2027 seems incremental, the installation of a grant cap, loss of the 5% sales tax allocation, and lack of access to fund balance each further restrict the Commission's capital and thus its ability to serve its constituents. I ask the Council to reconsider these strictures in the fiscal year 2027 budget and empower this agency that creates so much activity and opportunity in our city. Finally, I would like to applaud the investments made by the Council, Mayor, and Commission in neighborhoods across the city and highlight the contributions of Southwest DC, Arena's home of 65 years. The development of the wharf and presence of arts organizations like Arena and the Theater Alliance make our neighborhood a powerful economic driver, and I encourage these agencies to strongly consider Southwest when planning future projects. Thank you for the opportunity to express my support and that of Arena Stage for the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Major. Mark Chalfant.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. It's great to be with you. My name is Mark Chalfant. I'm the Artistic and Executive Director at Washington Improv Theater. In improvisation, our golden rule is yes and. I think everybody's familiar with that by now. It's about accepting what's given and building something better. And for 28 years, the DC Commission on Arts and Humanities has been WIT's yes and partner, giving us the stability that we need to grow. Right now, I'm really happy to share that we have completed a search after 10 years of looking. We have found a space for our own, a home that will be Washington Improv Theater's Performance and Education and Corporate Training Center in Noma. This will be a creative home for our teaming community of artists and also a cultural anchor for a neighborhood that is hungry for it. We are scheduled to open this space in January of 2027. To fund this $4 million dream, we applied for the large capital grant program at the DC Commission. But here is the reality. The Commission received 28 applications for what they anticipate to be 4 anticipated awards. Our experience with this program has highlighted 3 issues that we think could benefit from the council's attention. One is just robust support. 1 in 7 success rate doesn't really feel like a competition. It feels a little bit like a crisis. The demand for arts infrastructure in DC is clearly far outstripping the supply of funds. Transparency over earmarks. When the competitive panel-led process for grant making is bypassed by earmarks, it undermines the fairness of the entire system and makes people doubt their ability to actually succeed. And logical rules. Currently, the eligibility rules for the large capital grant program require a 30-year lease agreement, but only 7 of those years need to be set in the future. This doesn't really feel logical to anybody. It feels like a rule that's possibly custom tailored to benefit a specific party. We need rules that reflect the reality of modern DC real estate and how it works, and that rightly focus on the future return on any investment that grant money can have. We really need the Commission to reinvest in the arts. The single most helpful thing that the council could do is reinstate the dedicated sales tax revenue originally established for the Commission without the caps and limitations that the mayor's budget process has tried to permanently put in place. A city that supports its artists is a city with a future. If you send more money to the competent staff, leadership, and commissioners at the Commission, you'll see how the city can thrive with that. WIT, once we move into our new location in Noma, we'll be on track to double the impact that we're having, doubling the amount of audience members, students in our classes program, the number of corporate clients that we can host now on site for deep applied improv training programs. And all of that also comes with economic impact, drawing all of those people into the city, into the Noma neighborhood, supporting the nightlife there. So the arts really are so vital as an opportunity for driving economic activity in the city, especially when commercial and office real estate is really still hitting those terrifying vacancy rates. Like, let's find ways to move the arts into the city more, because they always are a bellwether for greater economic success. So please say no to the budget caps that the mayor's office continues to try and put on the DC Commission's budget, and say yes to a fully funded DC Commission. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chalfant. Mark Eisenberg.
I'm Mark Eisenberg. I started working as an arts administrator in Washington, D.C. 35 years ago. I'm here today out of concern for the budget of the D.C. Commission on Arts and Humanities. These concerns are magnified by the ongoing threat of cuts to federal funding for the arts. It's essential that D.C. increases funding to the Commission. I want to talk about my organization's education program as an example of where Commission funds go. For the last 16 years, as executive director of the Washington Bach Consort, which is an all-professional chorus and orchestra, I've given testimony to this committee and talked about the consort's growing educational program to DC public school students. This year, for the first time, those programs were cut significantly. The mission of the consort's award-winning Bach to School program is to make classical music more accessible to DC public school students through engaging, instructive programs that combine live musical performance with multimedia stage production. The performances are supplemented with classroom materials available for teachers' use before and after the performances, as well as an award-winning kids' comic book about classical music. Our efforts are consistent with DCPS Arts Education Music Standards. Every teacher provides us with surveys to help us continually mold our offerings to what they feel best serves their students. Every ward is equally represented. We've seen firsthand that thoughtful arts programming, such as Back to School, works in tandem with curricular guidelines to positively impact student learning. Approximately 3,000 DC public school students took field trips to the Atlas Performing Arts Center on H Street, the ARC in Congress Heights, and Sitar Arts Center in Adams Morgan to see 3 different types of programs focused on different aged students. This year, we had to completely cut 2 of those 3 programs. One of the 3 programs we kept went from being a field trip to our musicians visiting each school's cafeteria or gym, arguably compromising the quality of the students' experience by not being at a professional venue. 30 schools signed up to participate. The consort was able to afford going to 9 schools. So we turned away 21 schools, a far cry from the large number of students we were been able to serve from year to year over the last very many years. Our future success relies on consistent funding from year to year, particularly through general operating support grants. Significant fluctuations in budget and grant size to the commission from year to year make it increasingly challenging for organizations to thrive and grow. We believe the arts are at the center of a ripple effect of good things, from improving neighborhoods to helping educate our children. The arts are a significant economic driver across sectors and across the city. Please prioritize our industry's well-being, as it is a critical component to what makes living in DC special. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eisenberg. I believe that Paul Marengo and Kimberly Bush are not here. So that would conclude the witnesses before we get to the agency. So I hesitate to get into this because I want to be pleasant, but several of you have talked about how there needs to be more funding. And so I feel I should speak to that. Mr. Chalfant in his testimony asked that the council reinstate the dedicated sales tax revenue originally established for the commission. Actually, I think what has changed in the last few years was that the mayor had proposed in her budget, the mayor's budget had a cap on the sales tax so that it's not increasing, or it's not increasing as much as had originally been intended. And so that's what would need to be reinstated, because there's still a percentage of the sales tax that's going to fund the commission and its grants. The reason why the council did not override what the mayor had put in the budget with regard to the cap on the sales tax was because of the cost. And the last several years, the council and the mayor have been struggling with coming up with a balanced budget that is maintaining as much as possible existing programs. So last year, for example, there were significant cuts in healthcare. I think to the tune of, I'm going to say, well, I'll just say tens of millions of dollars. There were significant cuts to environmental programs. And this year, we're looking at an even tougher budget. In light of the challenges we have with budgeting, that is the fact that all these other programs are being cut, holding on to the dedicated sales tax revenue, I think is a victory in itself, even though at the time that the cap was imposed on the growth of the sales tax, that was not something that I liked, and made clear that I did not like the mayor proposing that. So I think it's highly unlikely that the council would be, with this upcoming budget, be able to lift the cap on sales tax growth. In that connection, everyone needs to remember, it was only a few years ago that funding for the Commission on Arts and Humanities was somewhere around $20 million, $20 million a year, roughly. And for the current year, it's almost 46 million, 46, that's more than double. So the commission makes policy choices with regard to the money. Yes, the council through legislation has required that no more than, I think it's 20% be spent on administrative costs. So that leaves 80% for grants. Actually, I think that for the current year, there's about 81.5% of the commission's budget available for grants. And within that, for general operating support, 50%, I believe that's 50% of the grants is available for general operating support. Within that, the commission has made a policy choice, which is to increase the number of recipients, which means therefore the level of grant that can be given to the organizations is necessarily going to be smaller. If you take the slice of pizza and the slice of pizza and you divide it up into more slices, every slice is going to be smaller. So that's really a decision of the commission, and anyone who wants to see an increase in the operating grants or any of the grants, but primarily the operating grants, needs to go to the commission. It is extremely unlikely that the council is going to increase the overall amount available to the commission in this budget environment. And I am hopeful that the mayor will not make any further cuts with regard to the revenues that are set aside for the commission. So I don't know how clear I made that, but budget times are tight, and the decision to increase the number of grant recipients is the commission's decision. Give me a second. I do want to add, Mr. Chalfant, you commented about the 30-year, the way that 30-year requirement works for, I guess that's for the
For
large
leased
cap.
spaces.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm willing to take another look at that. I don't know that that's going to happen quickly enough for your purposes, but I
No, but
understand that
it would
there's
be
some
great for the
challenges.
rule to be looked at for future applicants. It really doesn't make any sense the way it's written now. So
Yeah.
your office should really take a look and simplify it and make it more logical.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony.
Thank you.
And we'll turn now to the commission. Reggie Van Lee, who's the chair of the commission, and Aaron Myers, who's executive director. I think we got the questions to you late, so I appreciate your turning them around.
We did the best we could.
Yeah. And if there's anything we may, just let us know. We can get more information if you have any other
Well,
questions with it.
If you want, we could send you another 130 questions
You know what? That's fine. I appreciate that.
when you're ready.
Good. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee, committee staff, and council members. I'm Reginald Van Lee, Chair of the District of Columbia Commission on the Arts and Humanities. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and provide an update on the commission's work and priorities. Over the past year, the commissioners have remained focused on our core responsibility, ensuring that CAH operates as a high-performing, transparent, and responsive agency that meets the needs of artists, cultural organizations, and district residents across all 8 wards. Our role as commissioners is not day-to-day operations, That responsibility rests with our executive director and staff. Rather, we govern and maintain accountability while providing strategic guidance. We serve as conduits to the community and act as vital channels for fostering connection, distributing resources, and enabling social change. In that role, we have been deliberate about listening to community concerns, asking hard questions, and supporting staff as they make real improvements in how the agency functions. During the past fiscal year, the Commissioner continued to support staff in 3 ways. First, strengthening grant-making efficiency and internal controls. Second, improving consistency and transparency in grant allocation. And third, expanding community presence and responsiveness and refining our own governance practices through committee service and policy review. We've shown up both in commission meetings and in the community to ensure that feedback from artists and organizations is not only heard, but translated into action. This year, that work has produced tangible outcomes. You hear detailed further in the Executive Director's testimony. Improved applicant experience, increased outreach, stronger participation from first-time applicants, and clearer alignment between community needs and agency decisions. One of the most important roles the Commission plays is ensuring context is not lost when data are reviewed. For example, in FY26, the total number of fellowship awardees decreased modestly from FY25 levels, not because of reduced outreach or access, but as a direct response to feedback from artists themselves. Fellows told us that award amounts needed to be more meaningful. In response, CAH maintained fellowship awards at approximately $7,000, even as demand increased. Similarly, while overall grant budgets declined, CAH maintained a consistent number of grant awards, over 1,150 awards in both FY25 and FY26, protecting access and avoiding barriers for emerging and first-time applicants. This approach reflects the Commission's belief that equity is not just about who receives funding, but who has the opportunity to compete. As a result of expanded outreach and technical assistance, CAH welcomed 154 first-time grantees in FY26, including 38 new awardees from Wards 7 and 8, and continue to see growth in the applicant pool across grant lines. In addition to our oversight role, commissioners have continued to lead and support long-range strategic initiatives that extend beyond annual grant cycles. Art Week DC remains a priority for the Commission as a long-term economic and cultural strategy for the district. Over the past year, the Commission and staff moved intentionally from initial stakeholder engagement into national partnership building and market positioning. CAH convened meetings with local artists, cultural leaders, bids, developers, and national partners, including engagement during Miami Art Week to elevate DC artists and introduce the district's creative community to collectors and cultural investors from around the country. The goal is not simply an event, but a sustainable ecosystem that strengthens DC's creative economy, increases artist visibility, and positions the district as a natural and national cultural destination. We look forward to continued collaboration with the Council as this work progresses. The Commission has also been engaged deeply in shaping CAH's FY26 focus on life beyond grants, a response to what we consistently hear from our artists and organizations. Funding is critical, but it is not the only need. Artists need space to work and exhibit, opportunities to connect and collaborate, visibility for their work, and access to tools and professional development. Commissioners support CAH's expanded efforts in networking, community convenings, professional development programming, and partnerships that address these needs, while continuing to protect the integrity of the integrity of competitive grant making. Chairman Mendelson and members of the Council, the Commission is committed to being a strong governing body, one that listens carefully, asks the right questions, and supports staff in delivering meaningful results. The progress you'll hear today reflects intentional governance, responsive leadership, and a shared commitment to the district's creative community. We remain ready to partner with this committee as CAH continues to evolve and improve. Thank you for your time and attention. You'll now hear from our Executive Director, Aaron Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Van Lee. Mr. Myers?
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today on behalf of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. When I sat before you last year, I spoke candidly about being a relatively new executive director, learning the agency, strengthening internal controls, working to ensure CAH could operate with the transparency, efficiency, and responsiveness the district deserves. Since then, our focus has been clear. Listen more deeply, deliver more consistently, and show measurable improvement in how we serve the creative community across all 8 wards. Today, I want to speak directly to our progress, particularly in grant making, public art, community engagement, operational efficiency, and our evolving role as a convener for the district's creative economy. Presently, we are engaged in our strategic plan, which will both inform and guide our focus moving forward. Until this plan is completed, we continue to use these strategic pillars as guideposts. 1, equitable access to grants and programs across all 8 wards and communities. 2, strengthening the creative sector stability and capacity. 3, community awareness and connectedness through outreach and partnership. 4, alignment with district government priorities, economic development, downtown activation, public safety, education. And 5, strong governance and internal culture that drives performance. Let's look at grant making, listening, improving experiences, and protecting access. In grant making, we heard the community clearly. Make the process easier to navigate, improve support for first-time applicants, and ensure our system is fair and trusted. Despite a decline in our grant budget due to lower revenue projections in FY25, CAH awarded 1,157 grants and maintained a consistent award level into FY26 with 1,152 grants. In FY25, we awarded nearly 1,200 grantees across all categories, 1,080 not including public art grantees, and we announced just under 1,200 FY26 grantees, including 154 first-time awardees, with 38 new grantees from Wards 7 and 8. At the same time, our applicant pool continued to grow, averaging about 10% across grant lines, and in some categories, up to 30% growth. That growth is not accidental. It reflects expanded outreach, technical assistance, and a deliberate strategy to make CAH's funding opportunities more visible and accessible. We also made intentional decisions to protect the integrity of our funding. For example, to keep fellowship awards flat at roughly $7,000, we reduced the number of fellowship awardees from 556 in FY25 to 534 projected in FY26, even while demand increased. That is the reality of operating with constrained resources while trying to protect artists from streaking awards. Our project, events, and festival grants, or PEF-I and PEF-O, continue to be a direct lever for job creation. In FY25, 90 PEF-I grantees supported 1,241 creative job opportunities, as indicated in the awardee applications, and 34 PEF-O grantees supported 1,835 job opportunities. These are real paid opportunities for district creatives and cultural workers. We also strengthened general operating support, even while budgets tightened. From FY24 to FY26, GOS applicants increased by 26%, while the program budget decreased by $1.8 million, resulting in lower awards. In response, we advanced trust-based approaches, including a 2-year funding model option and leaner applications for returning GOS grantees, reducing administrative burden while strengthening stability. And importantly, beginning in 2024 and continuing through FY25, CAH increased grant staff capacity, growing from 8 to 14 grants employees and contractors so we can offer more workshops, more panels, more post-award debriefings, and better hands-on support for applicants. For an example, CAH offered virtual hours on the weekends for grantees to ask questions regarding their applications or the application process. This provides access to those who do not have access to members of the team during the work week, given their own work restraints. These virtual hours will start up again next month with the opening of the GOS grant. Council should know this. CAH is not just processing grants. We are actively improving the experience, shortening the gap between award announcements and award receipt, and investing in support systems that help smaller and first-time applicants compete fairly. Let's move to public art, expanding access to the district's collection and investing in artists. In FY25, our public art team continued to deliver at a high level, even when under difficult circumstances. When I testified before you last year, CAH's registrar, Ron Humperston, was in a fierce battle with cancer. While undergoing treatments and seeing doctors, Ron offered nothing but encouragement and light to his team while offering professionalism to those in the field and also training a new assistant registrar. I witnessed the public art team rally behind him, help share the load, while the entire agency offered our support to him during this period. We lost Ron on May 21st, and his impact was felt through all of the artists he championed within the district. It is our goal to maintain his drive for excellency, championing artists of all backgrounds, and making it our mission to care for the collection as if it were our own. The district's art bank collection now includes more than 3,000 works in government buildings across the city. In 2025, the team managed 38 installations and 10 de-installations, including in government buildings and council offices. In FY25, CAH presented 4 major gallery exhibitions that funded over 242 individual artists. We hosted public programs, including artist talks, performances, and workshops, and welcomed approximately 1,500 attendees to the I Street Gallery over the last year. These initiatives highlighted themes and topics representing veterans issues, beat your feet, go-go dancing, queer identity, Vietnamese diaspora, Art Bank, which represents artists from across the district, and presently we are presenting Inside Out, which highlights the art education work training done in prisons, which was funded by CAH in the 1980s. Because of the positive public response to the current exhibition, we are considering CAH's position in supporting similar efforts in the near future. This is how we reflect, represent, and platform communities in the district. We also invested in public art across wards through initiatives like Color the Curb and public art building communities, awarding over $300,000 to artist collectives and institutions, while supporting student collaborations through partnerships with DDOT and DCPS. In 2026, we will relaunch our citywide mural initiative as Fresh Paint DC, supporting large-scale mural projects in each quadrant of the city. This initiative will partner CAH with bids and main streets across the city, with the initial partnership collaboration happening with Downtown Bid. And we will deliver 2 major public-facing tools. 1, the district's first interactive public art map, developed with Octo and GIS partners, and 2, a relaunch of our Art Bank e-museum timed with the Art Bank's 40th anniversary. These are visibility projects that give residents a stronger connection to what they funded and give artists expanded exposure. Let's look at community engagement, life beyond grants, and a CAH that shows up. In 2025, we committed to showing up differently, and the data reflects that. CAH created 238 community engagement opportunities in FY25, ranging from workshops and office hours to networking events and professional development. We engaged thousands of residents directly. 618 community members attended grants and reporting workshops and technical assistance sessions. 1,563 attended grant workshops and gallery openings, and over 3,300 people connected with us through our gap tabling, works in progress, capacity building, and business of the arts. We produced 9 business of the arts workshops based on topics proposed by the community. We launched Works in Progress, hosting 5 evening sessions for grantees to share projects and get feedback. It was so successful that we plan to move to monthly sessions throughout 2026. We also created new on-the-ground support through GAP, the Grantee Application Assistant Program, with 4 dedicated artists who serve as ambassadors, tabling at 15 public events, while CAH staff and GAP collectively reached the public at more than 40 events. And because the community asked for more connection, we created more opportunities to build relationships. Creative Chill, a 3-part summer networking series with roughly 100 creatives per event, and our grantee meet and greet, welcoming the FY26 grantee class with over 700 attendees. For FY26, our theme is Life Beyond Grants, not because grants are less important, but because the community has been clear. Creatives also need space, visibility, paid opportunities, stronger networks, and access to tools. That's why we're launching 1, Icebreakers, a winter-spring networking series. 2, a large-scale breakfast convening at Woolly Mammoth before FY27 cycle. Expanded Business of the Arts programming, including tax support and AI venue booking workshops, and partnerships that address the top need we hear across the wards, space, including a workspace partnership model with Eaton Workshop for grantees and continued matchmaking with developers, bids, and institutions. Let's look at partnerships that advance district priorities: safety, downtown activation, education, and cultural identity. CAH is increasingly serving as a connector across agencies and sectors. In 2025, CAH played a major operational role supporting World Pride, including embedding staff with the Mayor's Office of LGBTQAI+ affairs and helping build an interagency coordination framework. We helped deliver stakeholder trainings, which were active shooters, Stop the Bleed, disability inclusion, and more, for over 400 partners. We established an interagency committee with more than 65 agencies contributing to citywide calendar of over 500 events. We also helped strengthen public safety readiness for arts organizations through our emergency preparedness work, launching a citywide survey and hosting a day-long preparedness conference with regional and national partners, followed by additional hands-on planning workshops later in the year. In arts education, CAH supported Poetry Out Loud, reaching 8,231 DCPS and DCPCS students, and the expansion of Let's Go Go, including residencies across 15 schools and 325 participating students, supported by an NEA Folk Arts Grant and partners like DCPS, Washington Performing Arts, and Monumental Sports. These are the kinds of programs that demonstrate art investment support youth development, workforce skills, cultural identity, and community belonging. And as part of downtown and citywide activation, CAH invested $150,000 in Art All Night 2025 and supported major convenings like CodaWorks, bringing more than 500 professionals to DC and creating additional visibility for local artists through tours and public events. Operational efficiency, a more responsive, better-run agency. We have also continued to modernize operations and strengthen internal performance. We increased grants capacity, expanded support offerings, and improved applicant experience. We're also continuing work that supports our long-term efficiency, including 1, a stronger documentation and procedures, 2, better alignment between staffing structures and role expectations, and 3, clear governance support for our commissioners. CAH is transitioning to submittable grant operating system that will be easier to navigate from the user's perspective, both grantee and agency employees. This system will save time for both applicants and staff, which will create a space for better reporting, which increases transparency, and for us to capture improved metrics from the grants we issue. This, in essence, creates more efficiency, a better user experience, improved mechanism for user reporting. CAH partnered with DCHR for the first agency-wide desk audit process. This exercise provided us an opportunity to better align the work with the grade and salary, provided managers with a better understanding for how to provide support to staff, and aided us in how we map out how programs, initiatives, and work can be or should accomplished with measurable goals and expectations. Due to there being a lack of cost of living adjustments, the agency was put in a difficult position in maintaining morale when bringing on new employees. Our goal is straightforward: a CAH that is easier to navigate, faster to deliver, and accountable to the community. Finally, I will be direct regarding what the data shows. Demand is growing. The applicant pool is increasing. The arts sector is expanding. And even as we maintain the number of grant awards, resources have been strained, resulting in lower average awards in some categories. If we want to sustain this momentum and truly protect artists and organizations from being squeezed, we need stable investment that grows with the sector. Investment is the key word. Funding the arts is an investment in our community, not a handout. What we've seen from the pilot programs in New York, San Francisco, and the new basic artist income law in Ireland, there is a return on the investment. For every pound invested, £1.36 is returned to the government. CAH is committed to responsible grant making and continuous improvement. We are also committed to ensuring the creative economy remains a pillar of DC's recovery, downtown vibrancy, and neighborhood vitality. Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, thank you for your partnership and your oversight. CAH has listened to the community and delivered meaningful improvements in grants, public art, engagement, and partnerships. We look forward to continuing this work and welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Thank you, Mr. Van Lee. Thank you, both of you, and all the staff at the commission. You know, I was thinking, listening to you at the very end, Mr. Myers, I forgot when I mentioned to the previous witnesses about the policy choice of the commission to increase the number of applicants, which necessarily reduces the size of each grant or slice of pie, as I used that metaphor. The last I checked, the funding by the district government to the Commission on Arts and Humanities on a per capita basis is by far more than any other state or city, not even close. And so we could look at, for instance, New York City, which on a dollar basis probably puts more money in, but on a per capita basis, not even close to where we are.
That's correct.
And we do have a tough budget coming up. I have no idea what the mayor is going to propose. We know that a couple of years ago, she proposed that cap on the growth of the sales tax. And I believe she also, in at least one of the last several years, cut some of the fund balance. So times are tough. I'm on a 10-minute clock.
I want to say also, thank you. When I meet with other state art directors,
they should be jealous.
They are, but they look really to how that became a reality in the district, and they've tried to propose similar legislation in their states because they see the benefit we have here in Washington. So we're grateful to the council for you all working to make that a reality for us.
Last year, we discussed the commission's effort to work with DCHR to properly structure the agency, create tier structures, and to ensure pay is aligned with duties, grades, and steps. Can you discuss the results of this effort?
Yes, this effort was very enlightening. What we realized that the work that we saw, especially around the grade 11 standpoint within our grants team and across the agency, based on the work that the employees were doing, were more aligned with grade 12s. This answers when we were doing backfills and calls for new employees, there was such a discrepancy, but also the applicant pool was a bit different. You get a different applicant pool from the grade 11 to the grade 12 rate. So what DCHR did, they recommended that we move certain grant managers and employees up a grade to better align with the requirements and the work that they were doing. This made sense. It meant that although we had done at the urging of the commissioners, we did a pay equity study, and the pay equity study showed that as far as the grades were concerned, the commission pays competitively. But now with these grade increases, the employees now feel the impact of the pay versus the work that they're doing. So for a great number of years since we had become independent, those employees who had been doing grade 12 work had only been paid at a grade 11 work. And we saw different examples of that throughout the agency. Out of all of the employees who were audited, We only saw one recommendation for that position to be downgraded, which we did not have to do, thankfully. We saw some who stayed the same, but because of the work they're doing, their series or their job title needed to change. We saw others who needed to have grade increases. So all of the recommendations that they made, we did follow.
So it was more than just grade 11s being grade 12.
Yes.
There were also some change in titles.
Yes.
You mentioned one was to be downgraded, which you didn't have to do. Is that because the employee left?
No, it was because of the shift in the type of work. When we did this exercise, they did the exercise based upon the PDs that were initially given. So some of those PDs had not been updated since within 5 years.
So you
Right.
changed the position.
Right.
Just- so it sounds like that work is complete.
It's ongoing, and the recommendations were complete. As we have done some of the grade changes, it required us to re-examine the PDs to ensure, based on the recommendation and the requirement of the work of the employees, that as they were then sent to finalize the said grade, that they were in line and they matched the series that's provided by DCHR. But we're almost complete with that. And I would like to say that it helped me as an executive director doing that process as well, because I learned a lot more about how we should instruct our managers to dole out work and how we measure success.
For FY26, the commission realigned its general operating support grants into 3 categories: annual support, multi-year support, and capacity building. Can you go into some more detail about how the commission arrived at this new structure and how you see it working going forward?
So the multi-year suggestion was something that we heard from grantees. A lot of our grantees reached out and wanted at least an option to know that if they were the cumbersome process of having to reapply, get this information out again, and not be too certain about what funding the next year would look like. The 2-year option somewhat gave us a bit of stability. Also, it falls in norms what we see in other parts of the country. And so the commissioners voted over the last year to bring that practice into the commission. We saw, if I'm not mistaken, I have some information regarding that. We saw 60% of FY25 award recipients opted into the multi-year model. So it makes it a lighter lift for those organizations. Now, the caveat is that the next year they cannot compete for a higher award. And they recognize that if we have a smaller budget or whatever, there may be a slight decrease. However, I think for the benefit is that they know they're getting funding around the same area or same amount that they've had before. The plus side is that, if we are able to get more money, then they will fall into the category of being able to get more money as well. So all of our grants for GOS falls into like the generalist area, which would be a majority of the grants. Those are like the arena stage, Fords, et cetera. We have some service organizations that's similar to what Theater Washington does. And then we have the capacity building, which is somewhat of an on-ramp, although those dollars come out of neighborhood arts. So those who receive GOS dollars are not having to compete or get smaller amounts due to the capacity building cohort.
You said there was a caveat that they can't get an increase after the second year?
No, as part of the multi-year program, that second year, you were not able to get a higher amount than what you've gotten the previous year. But after that second year, if you want to apply again and go up, you're able to go and compete at just as anyone else would.
So it's 2 years. I'm assuming you can't guarantee the second year, but it's 2 years at the same. So somebody opts into the 2-year, it's multi-year is 2 years.
Yes.
And so they opt for that.
Yeah.
And they only have to apply once. And they get, let's say, $100,000 this year, and they have every reason to expect they'll get $100,000 next year. If your funding goes down, then they may get less.
Yes,
But absent that, they would get 100,000.
yes.
Um,
And this was a response to the community. They approached us and stated that this is something they wanted. We went through our, the grants committee and our commissioners. They saw the value of that as well.
I'll say for years, they've asked for this, and we were able to finally make it happen this last year.
Well, there's been a lot of complaint about inconsistency in the grant amount. And so even though I might say that the grants are not enough, at least they have some consistency, stability in their planning and budgeting, which is a good thing. I was a little confused what you were saying about capacity building, and you mentioned Theater Washington.
You had mentioned the 3 areas, so a service organization would be something like Theater Washington. If I thought of it from a commission standpoint, NASA, you've heard us talk about the National Assembly State Art Agency or Mid-Atlantic Arts Foundation. Those are like service organizations to us. And then the capacity building program is somewhat of an on-ramp, and it gives those organizations that are seeking to be a part of the GOS cohort an opportunity to demonstrate, I would say, what they do as organizations. But that is funded at a $15,000 cap, and it doesn't come from the GOS dollars. It comes out of neighborhood arts. So the GOS dollars are not smaller because of this particular cohort.
Which is the capacity building
Yes.
cohort.
Yes.
So that doesn't come out of
GOS, no.
Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. And it's good to see you both. Once a grant period is over, do you require documentation on the impact that the grantee has had or the success that they've seen with the grant?
Yes, we have a report that is due. Actually, for depending on the grant size, we have 2 reporting. So if it's a larger grant, there's a mid-year report, then an end-of-year report. If you do not provide your end-of-year report, you are not in a position or in the same position to be able to receive dollars in the next grant.
So is it that if you don't provide that report, you will not receive a grant? Or is it more of a ding against
It's a
you?
ding against you.
So do you have like a sense of how many organizations are not providing that documentation, but yet are still receiving subsequent grants?
I can get you that information.
Okay. That would be, I think that's important for accountability. For multi-year grants, when are grantees notified of the amount for the second year?
The amount of the second year, they're notified after the commission votes on the grants overall. That number is a part of that vote still. And so they're usually notified within the first week or 2 of October.
So if let's say I'm receiving a 2-year grant, the first year I received 10,000, just throwing out numbers. It wouldn't be until the next October I would find out what the second year allotment would be.
Yes.
And what's the philosophy there? And so I guess this is going to the planning component. Is that based because you don't have a guarantee of how much funding you will have for the next year?
Yes, but also that's part of the new fiscal year. So the announcements about the dollars that you'd be receiving in that fiscal year happens in that fiscal year. We usually vote within the last 2 to 3 weeks of September, after we have done all the paneling, we've done all the jurying.
So I could have 10,000 this year, next year it could be 5,000.
If you opted into the multi-year, there usually is not a fluctuation of more than 15% between the year before. So you would not see a significant drop in your particular funding, but it should be near where you were the year before. That's only if our budget is smaller.
Right, the drop is a function of the budget. If the budget is decreased, it will reflect that. But otherwise, if we get the full
So
budget.
then why provide multi-year grants then? Because if I'm the recipient, and even as I'm thinking about it, I would want a guarantee to know I'm going to receive the $10,000 for both years.
So we can't do a guarantee because we're uncertain of what the budget would be the next year. So as the budget is then passed, usually around.
No, I get that. But then why not just have distinct applications year after year?
Because then you go up against different competition potentially in the second year.
But also it makes it what we heard from the community as far as the lift of gathering that information and having some consistency or some assurance that at least I'll have something near, if not the same funding, it helps for their planning as an
So
organization.
your testimony is that subsequent year will be no less than 15% of whatever the
previous
first year is. Now, is that 15% every year? So if it's a 3-year grant, it could drop 15% second year?
We only do 2 years.
Only 2 years.
Okay, got it.
If I can jump in.
Yeah.
So the issue is the Anti-Deficiency Act. They can't spend money in the second year because they can only spend what's in the year they have. So it's like a promise, but not a guarantee.
Right.
And based on that promise, the arts organization can plan.
Okay.
And so
What I heard the chair say, Mr. Van Lee, was only if their budget goes down would there be a drop in the grant the second year.
Exactly. Whereas if you did it a second year separately and you're up against a panel that ranks you in a different place, you
You may
get
not
significant
be
less or nothing.
guaranteed.
It's
Right.
not guaranteed.
I wanted, as noted in Mr. Chalfant's with the Washington Improv Theater's testimony, eligibility for the large capital grant requires a 30-year lease history of which 7 years must be in the future. Are there plans to adjust this requirement to more accurately reflect the current real estate environment? And/or can you just speak to what he characterized as a very unique requirement that seemed tailored for a certain organization or group of organizations?
So we worked with council to approve and work with these particular rules. And so when this was
General counsel or DC counsel?
DC council.
Okay.
So when this notion was brought to us, we took what was some of the framework that was given to us by council, and we did what we could to make that language that was given to us as equitable as possible. One of the issues, and I can just say this, large cap rules we passed included a requirement that leaseholders have at least 7 years remaining on their lease because it aligned with our small cap eligibility and because we don't want improvements to be made to a property that will be lost in less than 7 years, which meant that the investment would have been a loss to the taxpayer. As far as the 30-year, what we were told was that we were seeing different funding challenges happening from organizations that were more brick and mortar and storied. And so we responded with this particular piece of legislation. However, we've also looked at, and we've been working to create a business arts council so that larger organizations could have an opportunity to be introduced to other members of the business community with help of the DC Chamber, so that function and that.
And I guess what I'm missing is where's the equity piece in that? I'm hearing what you're saying.
Yes.
For what the council has said, this is our approach to balance that. But what's the equity solution you're pointing to?
As far as the framework that was given to us, we worked to ensure, and I'm trying to remember some of the original language, when we sent back the rules that we created back to the city council, we ensured that as many people who may be, for instance, going into a property that would have a 30-year lease or at least a 7-year lease on the books, or someone or organization similar to the improv, Washington Improv, who testified, would have an opportunity to even apply or qualify. We did our part as the commission to.
But I guess I'm not, what is that part? What component did you add or tweak? That's what I'm missing to make it equitable.
What I can do, I can send you the original language that was given to us so that you can see the current rule making that was passed.
That would be helpful.
Versus what was first given to us.
That would be helpful.
Okay.
And I know I'm running out of time. Art Week DC. I know this has been a priority for you. What is the current status?
I'll speak to that. So we have continued to push the education around Art Week DC. We had held 3 events in Miami this year for DC people in Miami during that time, and we were having councils and meetings here in the city as well. The reality is the current environment is not really receptive to this in its full form. And so what we're trying to do is to keep it going and with hopes that the environment will change.
Okay, so the Art Week 2027, I'm assuming that's TBD.
It's TBD.
Understood.
There will be something. We keep it going, but it won't be the glorious thing we hoped it would have been before this environment changed the way it is now.
Okay. With concern around opportunities for older youth in particular, especially given the lack of activities for our young people, namely in the summer, are there plans to increase outreach for grants tailored toward young people or older youth? I'm thinking high schoolers, for instance.
Just for clarity, you mean activities in the summer specifically, or just grants in general?
Grants in general targeting our young people, but thinking more specifically around after school or summer months. Like, how are you all thinking through the lens of some of the city's challenges? We routinely hear our young people don't have enough to do. I know there are a lot of programs you're supporting that work with young people. Is that part of your rubric? Is that on your radar to help meet some of the challenges we are seeing as a city?
So I'll refer back to my earlier testimony. If you give me one moment here. We are working, some of our art education work that we're doing that's already partnered with DCPS schools, right? The first thing that we do that does interact with schools that we've seen an uptick in participation is the Poetry Out Loud. So Poetry Out Loud, we directly touched 8,231 DCPS and DCPCS students. We partnered with the NEA to do a thing called Let's Go. It's including residencies across 15 schools for 325 participating students. And these two things alone are what we directly are doing as an agency. Our art education, our field trips, we're seeing students that are at Atlas, at Gala Hispanic Theater. So we would always love more suggestions, especially from ward council members about maybe opportunities in your wards that we can connect our staff to that possibly could expand.
Yeah, and I think you all are doing great work. I'm at time. But I would just say, if you could help us.
Yes.
And part of your rulemaking or rubrics, supporting organizations that's helping keep our young people occupied when school is not in session. So I'm thinking weekends, after school, summer months. That is just a challenge we're continuing to have as a city.
Yes, thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Myers, during that interlude in my questioning, I looked at the website. Under GOS, you have listed GOS annual support, GOS multi-year support, and GOS capacity building. But you said that the capacity building doesn't come out of GOS. It comes out of, I think you said neighborhood grant.
Neighborhood arts.
So, but the website says GOS.
It's an on-ramp to GOS. And so they are demonstrating from that particular standpoint their work as an organization so that they would have an opportunity to compete for a GOS grant in the future.
Thank you for that clarification. We asked for all of the FY26 grant awards in our pre-hearing questions. We asked that they be provided in electronic form so that we can add them to our internal database to further analyze them. Can you tell us whether the commission implemented any safeguards to ensure there aren't large swings in grant amounts year over year for an organization that hasn't materially changed its general operation?
Well, I think the multi-year is one of those controls that have been put into place. We did hear the council and the community over the last few years when they brought that up as an issue. So that is one of the solutions. And we made an opt-in, so meaning that the community agreed with it. Over 60% of our grantees opted into doing it. And so I think that we've seen some stability because of that.
I think this question comes out of last year's experience with Arena Stage, which
Right.
dropped like $100,000. And it sounds like the major strategy in terms of safeguards to ensure there aren't large swings is this multi-year
Yes.
support.
Yes.
And I think I said earlier, I think that multi-year approach is good.
Yes.
Last year, I pressed you on IRS Form 990 filings and ensuring the grantees were bona fide district organizations that had a primary focus on the arts and humanities in the district. Has the commission implemented any additional criteria or checks to ensure that funds are getting to district organizations benefiting the arts?
So we saw this also within our OIG report. And this is something that we have made a focus on from the grant manager standpoint to ensure that that our grantees are complying. That means that at the start point, when we're thinking of people who are applying, to make sure they're compliant just to begin with, we're trying to do as many checks and stop as many people who may be out of compliance at that point in time to begin with. We have made it a focus. We heard the council and the OIG last year, and we have made it a focus within our grants team to be checking those things. Yes.
Including checking the IRS Form 990s. Grant timelines. We have heard criticism from grantees in the past about long wait times for grant awards to be funded after awards are announced. What improvements, if any, has the commission made in getting grants out the door quickly?
So we implemented, thanks to our resource allocation team, shout out to you all, as well as to our grants team, being able to use diffs in a more expanded way. We piloted a program last fiscal year that we saw an increase in how we were able to get grants out the door to recipients. This year, we expanded that, and although we had a 2-week late start due to the waiver process, we're still pacing ahead of what we did last year, which was an improvement upon the year before. I believe, David, we have a 6% improvement this particular year based from last year with a 2-week late start. So we are also implementing Submittable, which is a new grant management system that we feel will help us and both the grant managers and the potential grantees or the applicants navigate the system and also help us get dollars to recipients in a quicker manner.
So let me kind of approach this a little differently. The panels finished their work in September and the commission votes in September. I'm thinking general operating support.
For general operating support, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I think this year we're hoping that we get the panels finished in late August, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's the goal, so that we have more time. Yeah.
And then in the start of the fiscal year, which is October, how quickly do the grants get out the door?
Well, what you're starting to do at that point is that you're collecting clean hands, all the compliant documents that we need, because there's been a break of time between when organizations have applied and then we're starting to actually get grants to the people. So the grant managers then go through all of those who have been awarded, and they start making sure the documents are up to date. We're doing the PO creation, working with diffs to make sure that we can get everything that the grantees have their diffs accounts created. So it is a whole process. Although we have 1,200 or 2,000 grantees, those are individual people or situations that you have to make sure are compliant and they're doing the work. So we've increased our grant managers. So the number of grant managers, which has helped make this a bit easier, that also helps us get grants out the doors quicker.
So when do the grants get out the door?
Some start as early as November or late October, well, November, realistically.
If some start in November, that means there's some that.
That's right. Yeah. So the requisitions are created by the end of October. At least all the requisitions are created by the end of October. All the things I've just mentioned may show how there could be some delays or the other factors that are outside of our agency as to why grantees may not receive their dollars in a quick fashion. The diffs things that we just created, and Brandon, would you like to explain the diffs thing a little bit? That's something that I'm happy about, and I think something that the council may appreciate. This is Brandon Saunders, our Resource Allocation Officer.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Director Myers. I was just sharing with Director Myers that all of our requisitions for all of our grantees are created in diffs by the end of October by our FPDI system. That is the new, innovative way that we are able to mass upload all the requisitions.
So they're completed in October, and
sorry.
And I assume that means that they're then sent to probably the OCFO for check writing in October?
Well, that's the first.
Once all the documents are created, yes. As soon as the documents are uploaded for all of the grantees for verification, that's when the grant managers essentially approve and it receives it, my team. And then when my team receives it and approves, then it goes to OCFO.
So the commission votes in September.
Yes.
Then the documentation is brought up to date, which may take longer, but if people are on top of things, then it doesn't take longer. And the requisitions are all completed in October. But nothing gets sent anywhere until all the documentation is up to date. And at that point, it's sent over to OCFO to write a check.
What we've been trying to do and what the challenge we came into this particular year, or not to say challenge, but a solution we're trying to navigate is how do we ensure that those people who do not have all of their information together doesn't slow up the process for those who actually do have their information together. So once you are up and compliant and you have given your information, how do we then create a workflow that takes those people now over to resource allocation, and then we start uploading them into the system in a similar batch fashion as we did the first group.
And to add, we have numbers that show when the exact purchase orders are created, but a lot of those initial requisitions those documents are ready and they immediately get approved and the purchase orders are established early parts of November. I know that Deputy Director Markey has more particular numbers that we can send, follow-up that pertains to that increase overall, but that is kind of, yes, essentially how our process occurs.
And this is an improved process based on when we first got here. One thing that the commissioners have always asked us, and they ask us in almost every meeting, like, percentages are good, how fast are we getting the dollars to the
and who's not getting their money still?
Right.
We want to get that number to zero. Right. So the people that are getting their money the fastest. So let me ask his question then. So if we have the meeting in September, and for everyone who has all their information in order, about when do they receive the money is the question.
It depends. And I would say some may receive some dollars in, some in November, some in December. Yeah, that's about, because there are factors that happen on the grantee's end. So it's not like, well, once we got them all done, yeah, that kind of thing.
But I think that's his question. He's trying to get a sense of when should people expect to get them, all things being equal.
Yeah, some are getting their dollars as soon as November.
That's if everything is
batch,
on top of everything.
Right.
But then what I also heard you say is that you batch these requisitions.
This is so beforehand when I first arrived and we were dealing with the predominantly a folder system. This is a one by one from a resource allocation aspect. Now we're able to, we created a new workflow where we're able to batch those who are compliant and get those requisitions created and pushed over and pushed into diffs or what have you. And that helps us expedite how we're able to get that to grantees and so on and so forth.
Yeah, before the slowest application held up the fastest because of the sequential way in which the work was done. But the batching allows us to group people who are more together to move faster than people that have more issues to be dealt with.
Yeah, but after the initial groups, it could end up slowing folks down, but maybe not a lot. I'm not raising an objection, but if I'm assuming that the grantees that have everything in order and are going to get paid right away, they all get batched and they all get paid right away. But as things as the number of grantees diminishes, I get my paperwork in order by the end of November, maybe I have to wait a couple of weeks to be part of the batch.
Well, that's some of the workflow that we are determining, but I would like to also state, once they have gotten their information together, they've been batched, we've put them through the system, DIFS has been paying out in a relatively quick way, like around 48 hours for some, as quick as 48 hours for some people, once they've gotten through the complete system.
To speak more to our workflow as well, we have weekly batches in which we push requisitions into the system. We also have 3 additional analysts essentially that also create requisitions as well. And we are in the process, as Director Myers was sharing, a lot of our grant managers are also capacity building and submitting as well. So we have multiple workflows that all kind of accomplish that to kind of fix that batching problem.
Right. I must say that you did scare our staff last year by saying if we could get things out by December 1st or something, not scared, but it kind of jarred everyone. I think it's important to remember, like when you're dealing with as many as up to 2,000 individual grants, the grant managers are like one by one doing their best. There are multiple checks. Terrell, our senior grants officer, David Markey, OCFO, there are different checks and different people are going through the rounds to make sure that the documents are in place, they are intact, they are accurate. The biggest challenge, if we could get some support from the council, deals with clean hands. We understand the importance of it, but the difficulty that we are finding from our grantees in being able to obtain it, even in some cases where we are not aware of what the holdup or the issue is, if there is a channel, given that we have more in volume, we're the largest volume user of DIFs than any other district, any other agency in the district. Even if we had a special relationship or something with OTR, where when some of these challenges and our grantees have challenges, we can direct them to someone to help them solve some of these problems. And I like to say that the clean hands issue is not something that is germane only to smaller art organizations. Larger art organizations are dealing with this as well. So, yeah. That would be very helpful on our end as well, especially that our clean hands can expire or be out of compliant within a week's time. Yeah, so just that's something that would help us a great deal.
I'm going to shift the subject. Have any of the large capital grants been awarded?
Not yet. They're getting ready to go into panel.
Have the grants to Woolly Mammoth and Gala, have they been paid?
Yes.
Do you know when they were paid?
We can get you the date.
Give me a rough sense.
Well, yeah.
I would say like late winter, December.
I'd say late winter. Late winter is March 20th.
Stars.
Like December, around that time, but I can get you the date for Woolly Mammoth.
Okay. I'm trying to remember, did Gala had a match to it?
Yes, they both have the same, I think.
And they met the match?
They did.
Oh, look at this question. I'll save it for a second. Hold on. Last year, we asked some, yes, sir,
I have a December 1st is when they got their payments.
for those two grants.
Yes.
Last year, I raised some questions concerning sponsorships. The commission had started doing sponsorships.
Yes.
And my understanding is it was paused, that program.
Yeah.
Is the commission now participating in any sort of sponsorship program outside of the regular grants process?
No, only to date, as far as for FY26, we have a partnership with with the Office of Cable Television. And we used some of the sponsorship dollars to do an MOU with them to support some of the work they're doing at Union Station. No other sponsorships went out last year.
So this was not the question I'm holding off on. Going back to clean hands. So is the issue there that you require a certificate of clean hands?
Yes.
Because what we did with, apparently with procurement a few years ago was to instead say a certification that the citywide clean hands database indicates that the proposed contractor is current with its district taxes. That's a little bit different.
It said the difference between contractors and grantees.
No, we changed the law regarding procurement.
Okay.
To deal with contractors, and that's what I'm reading from here.
Okay.
And instead of requiring a certificate, although I thought that certificates could be gotten pretty quickly.
It's complicated in many different ways. For some people, it's not a problem. Something that's kind of weird is that, you get a clean hands and then within a week's time, maybe 2 weeks' time, that clean hands can be out of compliance, relatively quickly.
Yeah, I thought it was more like 30 days or 6 months. I mean, the grant applicant to you is going to file a clean hand certificate.
Right.
Okay, and then if you go through the paneling and then the commission decides, and then in the month of October, everybody's looking at their documentation, that 6 months may have come and gone. I get that. I don't think it's a week. I think it's more like 6 months.
From what we're seeing, that within a week's time, am I not mistaken? Yeah, this is something that's happening relatively, boots on the ground. We're seeing you can get on a Monday, your clean hands could be present and be compliant. By Friday, your clean hands is no longer compliant or doesn't pass.
Well, who's saying it's no longer compliant?
When you're getting it put through OCFO and do the process, yes, go ahead. Come on through. This is about happening. There you go.
So we run clean hands. We have the ability to run clean hands for entities before we issue payments.
So you check the
We can validate.
OCFO website.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What we find is with organizations, oftentimes if there's a delay in quarterly payroll taxes, either being sent to OTR or logged, that they can fall out of compliance. With individuals, they all have various
Private.
states, various different situations. Some may not have filed taxes for a number of years. That's oftentimes what we find with some of our new grantees. Or several years ago, there was a new system implemented by OTR that
Payroll.
that found that there were forms from 2014, 2016 that hadn't been filed by individuals or organizations, and then that stalled them. One of the concerns we have with our project-based grants, it's really important that grantees have clean hands, because if they don't, the monies can be garnished, and then they no longer have the monies to implement the project. but they still have to report out on having executed the project and spent the funds. So that's why in some ways, we want to keep the clean hands, so we can ensure that the monies, once we issue them, get to the grantee to do the work.
It would be great if we had a conduit in which we could send grantees to relatively easily at OTR or somewhere like that.
And OTR has been really helpful. They're really responsive.
But a grantee could, on their own, check the OTR Clean Hands database, can't they?
Exactly. So usually if we run it and it comes up as non-compliant, it will tell us which agency. Usually it's non-compliant with OTR, the Department of Employment Services, and we'll send that non-compliant certificate to the grantee and ask them to follow up. There's contact information.
So, and that could be done early in the process.
It could.
Well, because the value there is if it's done early in the process, so I'm a grantee, and early in the process, I get a clean hands check, and I find out that I'm out of compliant with what did you say, DOES?
Yes.
And from 2014, which I didn't know anything about. And so now I have time while the grant is pending with you to be fixing that.
So
To me, what is of more concern in terms of the processing is that there has to be a date certain. And maybe we have to look at that in terms of the law. So, because what I'm hearing you say, Mr. Markey, is that if I could be compliant on September 25th, but there was a payroll tax due and I filed it, but OTR hasn't posted it, and so now I'm marked non-compliant. So a date certain, which is like, I'm just making this up, September 15th. I'm compliant on September 15th. You don't have to check again.
Right. Typically, an applicant will have to submit a current clean hand certificate with their application. Then if and when they're awarded, they have to submit an updated clean hand certificate. And then the third time is when we're about to issue the payment. They've submitted the invoice, it's been approved, and the finance team will ask us to ensure that the grantee has clean hands before the actual payment is triggered.
So the first clean hand certification is probably your own doing, and it makes some sense. Do you want to go ahead with the grant? But maybe you could go ahead and start processing. But the other two, I'm kind of questioning whether that's really what we want to do.
So the once, and it's happened several times this year, that we paid out a grantee and the federal government garnished the funds, and then we had to figure out with the grantee how they were going to complete their project and provide us with all the necessary receipts.
Now, clean hands wouldn't deal with federal debt, would it?
It does, yes, yeah. Once it goes to the Treasury, the DC Treasury,
Right.
The feds can get their hands on it. So,
Well, perhaps staff can talk to each other and try to figure this out.
great.
we would love a solution around this. It's something I know commissioners have heard about this and they put their minds to it. We put our minds to it. We work with it. And I don't want to say anything that gives the impression that OTR has not been a cooperative partner with us. They have been a great cooperative partner with us, but this can be done in a better way. And this is not the most efficient way to get things done. We're not asking no clean hands to be present. We see the help, how that is a bit of security for the taxpayers' investment in the community, but there can be a better way that we do this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, hold on a second. This is the question I held off on. Did the general operating support grant to the Kennedy Center go out before some of the major changes were announced earlier this year?
As of today, the Kennedy Center has not received, have not been paid out. The grant has not been paid out at all. Our staff has been instructed to reach out to the Kennedy Center, given some of the news that's been given to us about changes in them being open and or closed, and to see if they would be able at all to even fulfill what they stated in their grant application. Typically, in some cases like this, there would be a first payment that would have been given, and then we would pause the second half of the payment if they are not able to fulfill the said obligations. As of now, they have not been paid out at all.
So my next part of this question is, can you confirm that do you know whether the Kennedy Center is closed? It sounds like you don't know.
We do not know if the Kennedy Center is closed. We have heard reports that after July 4th, they would be closing. That's the reports that we've heard. They have not communicated to us anything that either confirms or denies that, nor have they communicated to us how they plan to fulfill their what they said they would do in their grant application. So our staff will meet with theirs to see what their plan is, but as of now, they've not been paid out anything.
And the grant application was was submitted to you last year, like August or July?
Yes, they fell, I believe, at the bottom of their cohort.
All right, that wasn't my question.
I understand. It would have gone out the same.
No, when was the application submitted?
I can give that information to you.
Roughly.
But I'm not sure when it was. That's March. That's March. Okay, yeah.
Last March, a year ago. Yeah, a lot has happened there since then. What are you seeing as the effect, if any, with the turbulence around the Kennedy Center, the effect on the rest of the arts community?
You have to look at the Kennedy Center as like a Ford plant. I mean, a lot of our grantees, some of the programming within their grant applications, some of the art education opportunities, field trip opportunities will be or was scheduled to be at the Kennedy Center. We have seen, as far as some of our fellowship grantees, they have either lost work. We are concerned about some of our grantees who are in like the NSO, who are players for pit players there at the Kennedy Center. It has been a negative ripple effect, the things that have happened there so far. Not to mention the level of uncertainty around work. So you have the largest community, I would say, type of outreach program that we've seen as far as performing is the Millennium Stage, right? The Millennium Stage is something that is regularly employed artists. I played it as an artist myself. There's planning, you know what's going out there, and the cachet that I've played the Kennedy Center. I have this video. We have seen trans, some LGBT people who've played that stage before. Their videos are no longer in the archives. They've been removed. So that raises a great deal of concern within itself, because not only is it erasing identity, it is, kind of eliminating some of the freedom of speech from this is what we do as artists. It's had a negative impact on the community as a whole, and we're hoping that there will be a good turnaround where the community will benefit. Our focus is on ensuring that we do what we can to ensure that DC-based artists have the platforms and are supported in ways, even if the Kennedy Center is not able to fulfill its said duties.
Well, on that depressing note, I do not have any other questions for y'all. We will see you in roughly a month and a half for the budget.
And we will get with you on dates to make sure that we have those. We'll coordinate with your office.
Yeah, I think we don't have the dates yet. So I'm not even sure why I said I'll see you in a month, because that's not correct.
Well, we thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you all. I'm going to close out this hearing. We will have our next hearing on performance with agencies tomorrow, Thursday, February 12th, MWA, which is Airports Authority, COG, Council of Governments, Office of Zoning, Office of Planning, Department of Buildings. The time is 2:04 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.